Hello. Yeah. Okay. This is
You're
Victorian.
fine. Go ahead, Harman.
So I think Colin asked me to introduce myself. So I'm Harman, and I'm a Besson artist and an endorser. So that means I go in and out of the factory to test the quality of the instruments. And besides that, I am still an international artist. So I travel the world a little bit and do concerts all over. Obviously, now with COVID, that got limited a little bit more, unfortunately. And we're all hoping, like I think, like everybody on the Zoom meeting, for better days. Um, so I think Colin is. Do you want me to start off with general things, or is it immediately coming with questions?
I think just start off with some general things, perhaps how you approach your playing, and see what questions come out of that.
Oh yeah, yeah, that works all okay. So my playing, basically, I base everything of my playing purely on air, and it took me a really long time to figure out what all my professors and all the masterclasses I attended were meaning with that air principle. So after many years, I think I finally figured it out, and I even base my whole warm up base all on air. So before I get out of bed, I already start my warm up basically by taking good breaths, already timed out. And basically, my warm up is to start off with before I get into the shower. 5 beats in, 5 beats out, just on general air. So maybe we can do that all together within the Zoom meeting. We can just do my warm up. I'm not sure if everybody already has warmed up or if you can play where you are or not. But that's the advantage of just these easy warm up exercises. You don't need to have an instrument, you don't need to make sound, and you can do them wherever you want. So basically, first exercise is 5 beats in, 5 beats out. Very easy, and here we go. Let's try to do it here on the Zoom all together. Here we go. So 5 beats in, 5 beats out. So that is the first exercise. You would say that's very easy, but that is the first time. It's the same thing as when you get up. The first thing most people do is you wake up and you go for a good stretch. That's basically the same thing we want to do with our lungs. Our lungs have been in quite a compressed position the whole time, so we want to stretch them a little bit. Next exercise, we just keep building on that. So we breathing in, 5 beats in, and then 10 beats out, just to be able to sustain that airstream out for a longer amount of time. So 5 beats in, 10 beats out. Here we go once again. So far, so good. It's very easy. It's very easy exercises as well. Mind you, we're still just getting up, getting ready for the day. I do this every morning, even like I said, before going into the shower, before having breakfast, just to have the most out of my day. We're not doing anything at that point anyway. So next exercise, we're still trying to expand the amount of air sustainability of getting that airstream out. So now we're going to do 5 beats in, 20 beats out. Now listen, 5 beats, we want to be completely filled with air. After 20 beats, we want to be completely empty. Try not to run out of air the first time, but the reason why we're doing it 3 times is when I'm doing the first, I already did this today, but when I do this exercise first time, mostly I have too much air at the end, and I want to be able to control my airstream all the way to the end. Second time, mostly I don't have enough air, and third time I managed to sustain it with the same amount of airstream all the way to the end. So we want to fill it up all the way 5 beats in, give your lungs the time to fill in completely, and then stimulate yourself to sustain that airstream all the way to the end of the 20 beats. So you go 5 in and 20 out altogether. And for the people who paid attention, you could have seen that the first time I was running out of air so quickly. Second time, I had too much of air. Third time, I actually maintained it all the way to the end. Now, obviously, some days it doesn't really go that way, so I keep doing these exercises till I can make that airstream all the way through, because that main airstream and that sustained airstream, that's the airstream we need for practice or for concerts or for contests, whatever performance or goal we have that day, we need that sustained airstream. Then next thing, I already said that the first thing we do when we wake up is we stretch our arms, or we go and we stretch everything on our body. The same thing needs to be happening with our lungs, but we can't really stretch our lungs. So what we're going to do is we're going to breathe in, same thing, five beats in, completely filled. Then we're going to hold it for 5 beats. So we're going to hold the air in our lungs, basically to give our lungs the time to expand and get used to that new position. And then we're going to blow out air and sustain the same way for 10 beats. So 5 beats in, hold it for 5 beats, 10 beats out. Now, when we're completely filled with air, we're going to add 3 sips, basically to get that force our lungs into a stretch position. So with 3 little sips, I mean, and just try to, and then we hold it. We're not going to hold it in our throat. We're going to hold it in our chest and on our stomach. Okay, let's try that. So we go 5 beats in, 3 little sips, 5 beats out, 10 beats out. I start again. 5 beats in, 3 sips, 5 beats holding, 10 beats out. Okay, should be possible. Here we go. So that is the first step in this stretch exercise. Obviously, we're going to make it longer and more difficult every time we do it. So we're going to try to do it now 5 beats and 3 sips 10 beats holding, 20 beats out. In terms of breathing in, a lot of people have this whole stigma about how to breathe in and how to and make it a little bit too difficult, in my opinion. Basically, what we want to do is, in terms of our mouth, when we breathe in, as you could see already in the couple of exercises we did so far, we breathe in like we're yawning. Like once again, when we're tired, or when we just wake up, what happens when you yawn is you get quite you're in a position that you're quite tired, and your body is taking in not enough air. So that's why we go like. That's exactly what we do. So what we do at that point is we open our mouth completely, and we lower our tongue completely down as well. So if you can all try to yawn right now, but when we yawn, you will feel your tongue is completely down. It's on the your tip is on the back of your lower row of teeth, just that you get that channel to have the most amount of air coming in. Yes, so that is basically how a yawn works. Now, when we hold that yawn position with our mouth, what we want to do is we want to fill our lungs up from the bottom of our body. So if I'm standing up, basically what I want to do is I breathe in from here, and then because I'm not a tall boy and I need all the space in my body and my lungs that I can use. We're going to fill up from the bottom, but for people that have heard about don't use your shoulders, I have a different approach. I like to start from my stomach, but then when I fill it up, you see nice athletic body, but then I'm pregnant, and now I'm using that chest as well, but you can only use that chest if you breathe out and you push your air down. Okay, so that is what we're trying to do. We breathe from the bottom on, and then we go up. Okay, and when we breathe out, we push the air in, just to get that very consistent airstream out. Here we go. So 5 beats in, hold it for 5 beats in, 3 sips, 10 beats holding, 20 out. Okay, I'll repeat. 5 in, 3 little sips, 10 beats holding, 20 beats out. Okay, here we go. Here we go. So that is all part of a warm-up. There's only one extra asset, one little element that we're going to add now, that just to get that breathing closer towards playing. When we play, the one thing that we definitely not want to do is breathe in, then hold it in for 5 or 10 beats, and then starting to blow. So what we're going to try to do now is to, well, one, cut out the holding period, and second, When we breathe in, we want to get that smaller, because basically when the conductor does this, you go. So we're going to go from 5 beats in little steps to 1 beat. What we will need for performances, if it's in a band, if it's as a soloist, that's how it all goes. So we're going to breathe in 3 beats now, 10 beats out. One thing that is very important, when we completely empty after 10 beats, not before, and make sure there's no air left. We want to control the airstream completely. But when we get to the end of those 10 beats, when we completely empty, you want to breathe in immediately, almost like you get vacuumed and you fill yourself immediately to the maximum of capacity of your lungs. Okay, so we're going 3, 10. Here we go. Very easy. Now 1 step closer, 2 beats in, 20 beats out. Here we go. So don't forget, we fill up from the bottom up to here, and then we push the air down. We want to sustain that, we push that stomach forwards, and I'll explain later why. Okay, 2 beats in, 20 beats out. Here we go, that is it. So do remember, I always do it 3 times in a row, for the simple reason I always, the first time I have too much or not enough air, second time same thing happens, just in the reverse order. I normally control it well for the 3rd time. Okay, so that is the reason why we do it 3 times in a row. Here we go, last step and the last breathing exercise, and that makes me ready to play. So 1 beat in, 30 beats out. And a lot of people go like, oh, 30 beats, that's a long amount of time. But definitely as a corner player, we need to be able to play at least 8 bars of 4/4 in a row in these Red Book hymn books. And 4 times 8 is more than 30, isn't it? So we definitely can do it. We just need to sustain that airstream all the way to the end, and maybe not go like a hurricane. Just really concentrate that it's the same stable airstream all the way to the end. Okay, so here we go. 1 beat in, obviously from the bottom out, so we go from the stomach all the way up, and then we push the air down for 30 beats. 1 beat in, 30 out. Here we go. Here we go. So that is my first part of my warming up. Yeah, Noah, that makes you tired, doesn't it? So that is the first bit of my warming up. And as I said before, the main advantage of this is I haven't need to have my instrument around me. I didn't feel the need to make any noise. My lips are not tired, but I feel ready to play already now. So that is a massive advantage of these exercises. Then if you would ask what else I do, so just keep in mind, this is for me the most important bit of the warming up. Everything else is just a plus. Obviously you want to have like the lower fifths on your lips just to have a good feeling about that. But if I do anything besides that, it will be flexibility exercises that you can find in in whatever method that you can find. It can be the Charles Peters method, it could be Maggio, it could be Clark, it could be whatever you want it to be. Bear in mind all the methods that have been written, that's all a method by one person that was a really good player or a really good tutor. So whatever that person has written down, it did work for somebody. So that's the same thing what I'm explaining today for you guys is what I'm explaining now does definitely work for me. So it doesn't mean that it works for everybody. If you can do this, what's this? COVID negative, yeah. That's definitely true. But if this works for me, so it could work for you. So please try it out. But it's not a golden thing that it will definitely work for everybody. And that's the same thing with all these methods. But the next thing I would do is just some flexibility exercises. And I like to go. I am living in an apartment, and so I am using a mute today. But what I want to do is just some flexibilities, whatever you feel like it. So. And depending what day it is, you spice it up and you go. Just to get that nice feeling. But flexibility for me is everything, and that's the one thing I'm focusing on every day. For simple reasons, a lot of people are interested in register. How can I get a higher register? And a lot of people, and I notice that wherever I go in the world, a lot of people go like, oh yeah. The main question we have in this masterclass is how can you play low? How can you play high? And I go like, yeah. How do you practice yourself? That's all, I always answer with another question because I'm quite interested in what people are doing. I'm really bad with chats, guys. Any flexibility exercise for beginners? Oh yeah. Flexibility exercise can go as easy as just going from a G to a C, just very easy. And we always go from the same principle. So we breathe in and we breathe out. So when I'm focusing on flexibility, I'm not even using a tongue to start. I'm just using an air attack. So I'm going like this. And that is flexibility exercise. That's where it all started. That's where it started for me as well. And then you go half a tone lower. And all the way obviously to the C sharp, F sharp, and back to the C sharp. When you feel quite comfortable with that, go for the one up. So we go to the fourths. And I like to do fourths, G, C, G, starting from the G, just because I want to make sure I don't push too much. When you start immediately on the high C, especially for beginners, when you start on that high C, what I see a lot of people do is, and they go for it. I like to start from a quite easy note for those beginners, and then try to go. And if that beginner is, I'm saying beginners, but it can be for everybody. When you feel that quite difficult to go up, there's two tricks that you want to keep in mind. One, remember what I said about breathing in with a big stomach. So we're breathing up from here. When I go up, I go do, and I actively push that stomach a little bit more to the front. For two reasons. Psychologically, you think about putting the pressure that you would normally play to go higher on your lips. You're putting that pressure on your stomach. Second, and that is the main reason for me, for years and years and years, people have tried to explain what a diaphragm is. And I think everybody already heard all these stories about a diaphragm and that you need to keep your diaphragm low and you need to push it low. And I'm like, yeah, great, I can push my hands low, but I don't know how to push a diaphragm lower. I can't control that. It's a kind of thing in your body that you can't control 100%. So I heard, and I do believe it because it does work, when you breathe in, and then you push it a bit down, you actually push your diaphragm down, what gives you that better airstream that goes all the way through. So those are basically sorry, I'm thinking wrong here. Those are the exercises that I would recommend for beginners. But having said that, I was really lucky with my teacher back in the day when I started, and everything I learned from him, I'm still using now. So what I just explained helps as well if you don't see yourself anymore as a beginner and you go for the higher register. There you go. Those are all things, if you look, there's no pressure here, there's not a ring here, it all comes from pushing that diaphragm a bit up and getting that tongue going up and down, and with moving your tongue, I'm meaning working with vowels, I, and keeping the tip of your tongue against the lower row of teeth. So I'm always going to what you sometimes learn in singing classes. Anyway, what I was trying to explain with the high register, and wherever I go, I hear the same thing. How do you how to practice your high register? Oh, we play it a lot. We play a lot of high register. Well, I never practice my high register, and I like to think that my register, my high register, is more than fine. But I never practice it because we want to practice for the high register. If you want to do it in a way that is sustainable and you can play in a high register for hours, we want to train the muscles that are around the embouchure. We want to, and mostly these muscles here, you can't really see it because I'm hiding it with the beard, but what you want to do is these muscles here want to become as muscled as possible. So how I'm training register is I'm starting from pedal notes. So I'm basically, and most of the times I'm doing it from arpeggios. So I go, and the better you can get your pedal notes and your lower register into place, that they sound really nicely and really firm, trust me on that, the more you are using these muscles around here. And these muscles around here are the same muscles you actually need to go up the scale. So if you go, that's how I use that. Sorry, I'm losing. What is a pedal note, please? Oh yeah, cool. So I'm all. Yep, I'll explain that in one second. What would indeed? I'm really bad with chats. I have a little bit ADHD, so when I'm saying something and then I see chats, I go like, oh, I need to answer, I need to read. What am I saying again? That's basically what happens in my mind. So what was I explaining now? Oh yeah, the more you actually use these muscles in the lower register, the more you'll be able to use them in the higher register. Now, why are we training that in the lower register? For the simple reason it's easier to play. A lower register is easier to play. So we want to practice as much as we can the lower register without flopping your lips like that. That's one thing that I don't like to see. We want to play the lower register with a flat surface, because we need that flat surface to go all the way up. That's basically what we want to do. And we train here, and the massive advantage is if it stays really flat. Or am I talking too quick, or is it the accent?
I think you're sounding quiet with some. Yeah, someone's just asking if you go a bit slower, perhaps there.
Yeah, no, I can do that.
Concepts are new, and I need to take it in.
Well, I've been locked up now for 6 weeks, so I'm quite excited to see other people. So we want to keep it really flat in the lower register, and the more flat we can get it. So with flat, I mean not start kissing your instrument for several reasons. The most accurate one is that it's very gross to kiss an instrument. And what we want to do is keep it flat, and once we can control it that almost doesn't move to go up, then we want to go a next level and a next level and a next level. You can do it with arpeggios, or you can do it with those flexibility exercises like just open valves. There you go. So you start off really slow to make sure nothing is moving, to really control it really well. And once there's no movement whatsoever, you can try to get it a little bit quicker, and that's all fine. But in my opinion, you always want to train your high register through your low register. Somebody on the chat asked what a pedal note. By the way, and Kian, is this tempo suitable?
Yes.
Cool, thank you.
Yeah, perhaps the pedal notes and the false tone, I think you're playing in the arpeggio.
What's that?
I think the explanation of the pedal note and the false tones in between that C pedal note and the lower F sharp. Yeah.
Yeah, so basically we have pedal notes. So your instrument goes all the way to a low F sharp. So you go. And that is the natural note that your instrument goes to. But you can manipulate your instrument that goes lower. So you can go, that's a low F sharp, but you can go all the way down. You can go all the way down just by manipulating what is happening there. Okay? How you want to do that, and for people that have never done that, you can learn it quite easily. You can bend a note, like you hear that quite often in jazz. You go. So what you want to do is you want to manipulate your tongue within your mouth a little bit. Your tongue goes a little bit forwards, and you can bend it down so you get more control of all your notes. Now once you get to that F sharp, was that me?
No, it wasn't you, Harmon. It was just someone else's microphone.
I thought I broke it already. So if you don't get quite to that half a tone, that's fine. Just keep trying it. And once you get to that half a tone bend, you can very easily go. And basically the rule for the pedal notes, is you go down in the same fingering as you would do between a low C and a high C, all the way to the pedal C. Does that answer the question? Who was that a question about? From Joshua?
Yes, it was from Joshua. But I think we've got a number of young players on the Zoom who may not have heard of pedal notes before, so I think it's...
Is that clear for all the youngsters on the Zoom? Just a little... Yeah? Good. Awesome. Thank you for that. Then, yeah, and a lot of people are asking as well because... so I'm just going through because it is a little bit different having a Zoom call than doing a masterclass in person. A lot of people ask as well about tonguing because everybody knows when you see a cornet player in the wild and they're doing their concerts, there's always one piece that everybody just goes like, wow, that goes so quick. Like I think the most famous one is the Carnival of Venice, and that goes really quick with the tongue. For the youngsters, I think maybe you know it, maybe not, but it goes like this. And everybody goes, oh, wow, that's quick, and wow, that tongue goes really quick. I really want to be able to do that. In fairness, everybody can do that. If you have a good airstream, and that works all right, and if you train that flexibility, that you actually can go from a low note up high, and you can do that over the natural sounds, that is all easy. You can train your tonguing. And you won't like my answer, but a lot of people go like, oh, are there magical tricks for that, or how can you train it really easily? You can just train it really easily by doing staccato controls on metronome. I mostly do the Clark one, and the Clark one is based on scales, and I mostly do the major scales because they're the most easy ones, but and whatever tempo you can play it, that is the right tempo. And these are all in semiquavers, so I started off these exercises at I think 100 BPM, and then whenever you feel a little bit comfortable with it, you just punish yourself and you add 1 or 2 BPM. If you have a standard metronome, then you add 4 BPM on top of that, and that will just get your tonguing from quite slow to very fast within a month or within 2 months. That is a thing that is very easily learned. As long as you keep your tongue to the front of your mouth, we don't want to get in the back, because then we go and we just stop our airflow. The main thing that we need to keep in mind is whatever we do with the tongue, we always need to allow the air to pass. So we always want to do da 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 da, and not keep that tongue high and go because then it all goes a little bit wrong. And then with the double and triple, how to learn double and triples. I just learned it with an Arben. I think most of you have heard about the Arben method. I hope that the youngsters all have an Arben or bought an Arben, because that is the one thing, it's like the Bible for brass players. And what you want to do is on one note, try to do a D and a K. So... And in the beginning you'll hear there's always a gap of air in between of all the articulation, but what you really want to have is very slow. And then get it quicker. Once again, get that metronome in it. But the main key is we want to have it just all carried on that air. So in the beginning, try to just have a D and a G, and then try to get that. Those are the consonants that we need for double or triple. You can download a copy of Arben. Oh, good. We just pretend that we haven't seen that.
I should say it's an old copy of Arben, so it's out of copyright. It's not one of the newer editions.
Oh, okay, yeah. Oh, it comes from you.
Yeah. Just while I've got you, Harmon, there's a couple of questions that have been asked. Someone was asking how much after you've done your breathing and your flexibility, how much do you do of scales or anything else in your warm-up exercises?
That's a good question. So, as I said, most of the things that I do for a warm-up are flexibility based. So that is basically with the same fingering, like you go. And those stupid exercises just to get a warm feeling. But as I said, everything that has to do with getting my tongue ready and getting my tongue warmed up is all scale-wise. Staccato control is scale-wise. When I'm doing double and triple, these days I do it with chromatic scale, so it goes. Just like that, and that warms it up. Once again, how I'm doing it now, it's not really to show off, but it doesn't help me at the moment because there's not a metronome that pushes my tongue to the exact maximum. But yeah, scales, however you feel that day, scales are very important, even though you'll never see in pieces that we play in bands or other things exact scales all the way up, but it does help you to understand and sight read quicker. So yeah, I'm doing major scale, minor scales, melodic, harmonic, and then the very weird ones as well. I just try to do as many variety as I can, if that makes sense about the scales. Colin?
My trumpet teacher said I am going to be in a band, but I am not getting enough practice. What do I do?
I would say practice more. It's not about the amount of hours that we do. Like I hear a lot of people showing off how many hours they do every day, or it's more about consistency. It's about doing the same thing every day, or the same base things. Like I change my warm up every so many days. Basically, it's always based on the same thing. It's always based on air, flexibility, and getting my tongue ready. Anything else, I'm not doing too much. And somebody asked as well on the chat about how long do you warm up before practice, and it's a very thin line between warm up and practice for me. Like I'm not going to play. I'm not going to play any exercises or any pieces without having done my flexibility. I want to get my flexibility up and running. But yeah, even staccato control and getting your tongue quicker is already exercising. A warm-up goes as long as you need to physically make your lips warmer. Because it's the same thing as when you go out running. You don't go out running with cold muscles. Well, I do, and I do injure myself all the time. But as a trumpet player, we can't really injure your lips. So you want to warm them up and then go for the exercises. And in terms of exercises, it's as much time I have that day. I have to say, it's all to do with motivation as well. I think as you guys will understand as well, during lockdown, and there's not really a challenge. And I did want to say something about that as well. Like, definitely now that nobody here really has massive goals or massive challenges ahead, and it's all quite heavy on us. But the main thing that you want to keep doing is you want to make sure that you do the very basics. So I always do my breathings. Why are you still Why are you? Wow, Marcus. Uh, Thanks for coming. um, Marcus, that was not nice. Thank you for that. So we want to breathe. I always want to do my breathing exercises. I always want to do my flexibilities. And what I do besides that is there's this guy called Caruso. He made a really good method, a really nice method that definitely works. And it's just there to make you really strong here. And by the end of that exercise, I feel like I just played a like I just played a full concert. My muscles here are really burning. It's called I think it's just the method of Caruso, and it stands by itself. You just play long notes. It's nothing. It's nothing fancy, especially if you have a low day during lockdown and you go like, oh, I should play, but what to do? You can always just put the television on and go like. And then you breathe out for 2 beats through your nose and breathe back in through your nose. And you hold your embouchure and you're actually really going to muscle it. So if I'm doing it really close to the screen, you go. Just straight notes, and for that whole exercise, then you go up to a C and you go back to a G and go back up chromatically to a C and so far and so forth. But you get really strong from it without doing anything too mentally. What's the word for it? Yeah, I am still Belgian, even though I'm living now in Auckland. My English hasn't got much better. Even the, in all fairness, I just put Netflix on and play long notes without moving my embouchure whatsoever. And I would say to everybody, when it's night and you just put on your series or your YouTube or a movie, do that exercise. Put a practice mute in, so your partner or parents or brother or sister isn't annoyed with you, and just play long notes without moving this. And when you breathe in and breathe out, do it through your nose and hold that very, very strict. You get so muscled and you end up in a better form than you were before. So that is definitely something I would do. How do you hear what they are saying on Netflix whilst practicing?
Just one from a little while ago, back when you're talking about double and triple tonguing. Does the shape of a person's tongue affect how you do that double tonguing and triple tonguing?
No, and all the physical things. I hear sometimes about tongue, and I hear sometimes about lips, and maybe if you're a big boy or you're a small boy, does that, or girl, obviously, does that affect it? It doesn't affect, and I always keep the example. I always give the example of, for instance, you have famous trumpet players. You have Sergei Nakaryakov, who's a very tiny Russian man with the smallest lips you've ever seen, and then you have people like Winter Marsalis, who has really big lips, and both of them are playing beautifully. And same, I can't give examples because I don't know that many trumpeters' tongues, but I'm pretty sure. There are all kind of tongues, but the main thing is you want to keep it very fine. You want to play with the tip of your tongue just to get that nice way of playing, that fragile way of playing.
So there's another question about obviously someone plays trumpet as well. How do you divide up practicing between the cornet and the trumpet? I'm not sure if you play trumpet, Harmon, but
Yeah.
I suppose also, is there any technique difference between the two instruments, or it's basically the same?
No, there's definitely a big difference, and I notice it when we get close to when I get close to a cornet tour. Yeah, my trumpet is really suffering from it, or when I'm playing in orchestras, my cornet is suffering from it. So if you, what I like to do is when I have both instruments that I need to practice and that I have goals in and performances. Yeah, I always start off with a warm up on my trumpet, because that you can't play with your lips to the front on a trumpet because the mouthpiece is shallower, but that benefits the cornet as well. So you basically, the thing that I was explaining at the beginning, you play automatically with a very flat surface here when you start warming up with the trumpet. And normally I would go. This is when I'm working towards different goals and different performances. I would start warming up with a trumpet, practice what I need to practice on my trumpet, and then I'll go to cornet. I will warm up again on my cornet, and with warming up I just mean those couple of flexibility exercises, getting a little feel with it, and then practice what I need to practice on my cornet. And when I'm done with that, I'll go back to my trumpet. What I don't do, and once again, this is something that works for me, doesn't mean that it works for everybody, but I always keep like a half an hour gap in between those two instruments, just to give my brain the time to go like, oh, now it's cornet, now it's trumpet. Obviously, when you have pieces like, I used to play the Shenandoah Fantasy, I forgot now who, I forgot who wrote that, but it starts off on flugel, then it goes to like basically a jazz screaming trumpet, goes to cornet, there's a bit of piccolo in it and all these things. Yes, you need to combine it in real life, but you will, well, for me, in my practice, I like to divide it a little bit. Just to give my brain the time to go like, oh yeah, now we're doing this instrument, good, this is what I need to do for this instrument, and this is what I need to do for another instrument. Does that make sense for whoever was asking that?
It makes sense to me. If the person who asked that would like to give us a thumbs up or something in the chat. There's also other questions. Yep, there's a yes there. Beginners, what do you suggest in reaching notes higher than A?
Yeah, there's definitely a blockage on cornets and trumpets and a lot of brass instruments once you pass a G. And I know. Oh, thank you for the thumbs up. And once you get to that G, you get to the A flat and A, and then you already start squishing. Now, what tips to get higher than an E? It's basically what I said before. If your limit now isn't higher than an A, if your limit now is that A, it kind of means that you're already forcing a little bit, and you got it. And the whole purpose of getting the airstream working is not working anymore. So what I would suggest to get higher is basically what I said. You build your way up with arpeggio. So how I'm doing it, I'm building them up like this. And I'm going to start on a pedal C. For the youngsters, now we know what a pedal C is. And an arpeggio of C is obviously C, E, G, C, and go back down. So I'll build it up like this. So that is the arpeggio of C. I build it up from from bottom all the way to the middle C, and once I reach that 1 octave, I go down. Then I build it up every half a tone. So after the C major arpeggio, I go to the C sharp major arpeggio. Then I go to the D major arpeggio, and so forth. Once I get to the B, I go back to the C, and I build up over two octaves. So. Going back from up. Obviously we do that step by step as well. And what we want to do is we want to maintain that airstream all the way through. And by building it up by half a tone, you'll find that you get easily more gain out of these exercises. And if you get 1 week, let us say we get to an A in this way, so we go and that goes quite easy, and you can, because it gets quite hard when you get and you keep going all the way down. That gets more difficult, because by the end of that we hit like 7 high A's that we needed to start it. Once we feel comfortable with that, we go all the way to the B flat, and then we train. Unfortunately, there's no magic potion or a golden tip that I can give, and that will make you play so much higher in 5 seconds. Yeah, so that is something that is I think that is the main tip that I have for that. If you struggle with that, there's always the flexibilities to go higher. But as I said before, it shouldn't be the main goal to play higher. You want to get those muscles stronger, because the stronger those muscles are, the higher you will be able to play without starting pushing. Because once we start pushing, and everybody pushes a little bit, like non-pushing playing is definitely the ideal, but once we start pushing the blood out of your lips, and once and that is the wide circle you get, and once we have that, it won't vibrate as easy anymore. So train those corners. As I said in the beginning, we can train those corners quite easily in the lower register, then go up with that, so we don't need to push that much. Does that make sense?
I think so. There's also a question here. Do you use practice mutes? I assume that means a shush mute. And how do you do maintenance on the road?
Yeah, that's a good question. Yes, I do use schmute. I can't pronounce that word. I do use one for hotels. When I'm here at home, I like to use a cut mute. Because it allows a little bit more freely to play. The problem with that is it's a bit louder. So I like to avoid as much as possible the usage of mutes when I practice, because it needs to go in. You need to be able to play in a situation that is as close as you can get in that situation towards a performance. So every mute will give you a little bit more resistance. I don't like to have too much resistance too often, so I don't really practice with mutes that often. Obviously, when I'm here at home and I live in an apartment, I can't play a loud trumpet or cornet without my neighbors starting hating me. So I do use mutes, but I like to vary mutes at home as well. So I have cut mutes, I have bucket mutes, I have and even cut mutes. I switch them around. So there's always a different kind of pressure towards my lips, so that I can adjust to more situations. And with the Schmute, the Schmute is, in my opinion, the best option you have when you go and you're in a hotel. It's very quiet. It gives, of all the other mutes, the least of resistance, and it is very quiet. So I'm a big fan of the Schmute. A lot of my students have it as well, because obviously not all parents are very keen on hearing a trumpet or a cornet day in, day out at home. It's just not always the best sound and the nicest thing to listen to. So I'm a big fan of the Schmute, of all the practice mutes. And to answer what I'm doing on the road, when I'm in hotels and when I'm traveling, I do purely the basics. I once again, I start off with the with the breathing exercises, and then I do flexibilities in the Schmute, because that is the mute I use on tour. And yeah, that's basically what I'm doing. But I don't. Once I'm on tour, or once I think what most people here can rely to, when you go to contests and you find yourself in a hotel room, the maximum I do is the very basic, because once you're there, you're already prepared to go on stage. You know already everything you need to do, and that is, in my opinion, very, very important.
There's a question there about what composers do you like the best?
What's that? Sorry?
Which composers do you like to play the best?
Oh, I assume this is for brass band pieces?
I'm not sure, but yeah, perhaps say brass band and orchestral.
Yeah. So band, I like a lot of stuff. I'm quite passionate, so I love and I hate a lot of music, and there's not much in between. I think that a lot of people have very direct opinions about pieces and about composers. Obviously, I'm not going to say what kind of music I hate. That wouldn't be great. But I just like all music that is very original and has thoughts about it. Like at last, if you talk about cornet music, the concertos. Talking about concertos, the concertos I play the most are a very difficult concerto written for me by Nigel Clarke, what I absolutely love. It challenged me all the way. It has everything you need from a concerto. It starts off with a very massive opening, then you go to the slower the slow section. What is the third movement? It's beautiful all the way through. It's very lyrical. So a big opening, very lyrical. Both things that cornets are very known for. And then the last movement is very technical. So I like composers that are going for the extremes. Other composers I really like are the very people that search what is good music. So I like Stan Nieuwenhuis a lot, who is a young Belgian composer. He's my age, so I that means I still see myself as being very young. So yeah, he writes some great music. Of the other people, so we have Nigel, we have Stan, we have I like Torsten Agert Nielsen, who is a Norwegian composer. He makes really interesting new music where you sometimes need to search for. If you just see it on paper, it's not evident where the music is, so you need to search for it. But once you've found it, it's just incredibly beautiful. Or yeah, I think those are the main composers that I'm listening to now. Obviously that changes every so many months, but those are the composers I'm listening to the most at the moment. And yeah, symphonic music, obviously all the classical ones that I love, like Tchaikovsky is maybe my favorite classical one. Yeah, I think that is it, because I'm not too composer oriented. I'm more what pieces they write. Like sometimes I love a composer for all the pieces that he or she has written, and then that person writes a new piece, and you go like, Whew. But that is just it's very subjective, and composers are trying to do something new every time again. So yeah.
There's another question here, Harmon. You know, apart from yourself, who we obviously all look up to, who else would we look up to or copy for sound, technique, musicality?
Ah,
What other
that's
players
that's
should we try and imitate?
oh, that's a very good question. So I try not to, not anymore anyway. I don't try anymore to imitate people, but people that are very inspiring. I think the number one cornet player and I'm just talking about cornet players. The number one cornet player I've ever heard was Roger Webster. He is a class of itself. I got quite a bit of lessons from him, and I grew up. I was lucky enough to grow up and have quite a bit of contact with him. He is a great tutor. He's a great player, and he has such clarity. If you haven't heard him live yet, he's not old and he's not almost dead. Definitely not. And I do hope he's coming to Down Under quite soon, because it would be an absolute treat to listen to him again. And yeah, I've been very fortunate on doing the testing of the Besson instruments all the time together with him, and he is a force of nature. He sounds exactly the same if he plays a double pedal C or he goes to a super C. He sounds exactly the same. He's great. So he was always the corner player I tried to I wanted to get as close as possible to. And another type of cornet player who is not that extreme, but who has this amazing ability of playing lyrical is another British cornet player called David Dawes. He is, in my opinion, the cornet player that has mastered the most how to play lyrical on a cornet. So yeah, I would say those two people are the people I'm looking the most, that I want to sound the most likely to.
Great. A couple more questions. You might be able to answer this one. Any advice when swapping between woodwind and brass instruments?
No. just stay away from the woodwind.
Stay away from the woodwind. What's different about the arch and the tip of the tongue? What do you prefer? I'm not sure I understand that question.
In
Dennis, could you explain that question a bit more? If you'd like to unmute your microphone. No, we'll just go on to the next one. Dennis might come in later.
Can you hear me?
Sorry, is that you, Dennis?
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Oh, the arc I talk about is another tip. Normally, we use the tip of the tongue. The arc of the tongue is the back of tongue. You see, is the tongue. You not use the tip, like use the top, but not top, the back of the top. You see, sometimes not use the if the tip of the tongue, it's very clear, very quick. Everything's like crystal clear. But arc of the tongue sometimes make it's a very full. It's a melon. The sound is come out. The like this. So I'm a little bit confused. Just ask. As the master, you give me some idea, about it. I have find from some, the American the professor, they are talk about this one, like, as about, the arc, but I not very sure, so that's why, they ask this question. Yeah.
Thanks.
So what is preferred is the normal, the normal, what is the ton is the use, just, about the distance.
Okay.
Okay.
Dennis?
If I understand it clearly, so yeah, you have a couple of ways of using your tongue. What is in trumpet? For trumpet, mostly you you use a T, and a T is obviously very fine, really to the front. And try to say T without the vowels, and you got it. And you actually feel that your tongue is retracting every time. The other one is D. And that's the one I like to use. So I use the tip of my tongue to stay behind the bottom row of my teeth. And I use the bit just behind it. It's a way of playing that like all the things I'm explaining or badly explaining or saying here, obviously I learned it from somebody else. And this is something I learned from a trumpet player called Joe Bergstaller. Used to be Canadian brass, or is still Canadian brass, I'm not too sure. And he explained, get the tip of your tongue always to the back of your teeth. That keeps your airstream always easily going, and you can control it just a little bit better. So if you think about the letter D, and don't say the E at the end, but only use the consonant that's basically where I use my tongue. And obviously when we go to a double and triple tongue, you need to k as well, and that is in the back of the tongue, if that makes sense.
Thank you. Next question. What do you think is the most important part of playing a brass instrument?
Oh, in what way?
I suppose what's the, I mean, I'm paraphrasing or interpreting this question, but what's the most important thing to make sure you can do everything else? I think you started out on the most important thing is the breathing, I would say.
Yeah, I would say the breathing, and then you get to flexibility. But I think the most important bit is that you still enjoy yourself. A lot of people are overthinking music and trumpet or cornet or whatever instrument you're playing, and they're forgetting that it's all about fun. Like, you need to be in a good mindset to play it. You need to want to do it. If you get up and you go like, oh, I need to do it again, then your mindset isn't great, and you're not really going to have the goals that you're aiming for. Yeah, I think that is the main thing. Set goals that you want to achieve, and then work towards it. I think that is very important in my opinion. Have fun in it, and a big part for me is playing with other people. If it's with ensembles or bands, I always like to just perform with other people and enjoy my instrument and enjoy my profession.
Great, thank you. I'm just looking through. I know the answer to this one. What brand of cornet do you like?
Oh, there's only one brand that exists for cornets. Everything else is trying to be a cornet. Obviously, I'm playing a Besson Prestige well, maybe you would say for obvious reasons, but what many people forget is I started off on a Besson, and I started to make a name for myself, and then then they asked, do you want to become an artist? And I said, yeah. What was that? What do I need to change for that? And then they said, well, obviously we want you to play our instruments. And I said, great, I already play your instruments. And they said, okay, good. In my opinion, and this is, and I do make a priority of testing a lot of instruments, and when new instruments come out, I will always try them. But I haven't seen a cornet. I'm not talking about any other instruments. I'm not talking about UFOs or tenor horns. I'm not getting into another discussion. But for cornets, and I do try all the other brands, I haven't found a cornet that plays with such a nice sound, with such a thick sound in it. And I definitely don't want to start an argument with other people that have other opinions on this. But yeah, there's only one cornet on the market, and that is a Besson.
All right. Harmon, you've been all over the world. Which is your favourite country and why?
Oh, God.
Now you'll get into trouble.
Yeah. Well, obviously, I came to New Zealand and Australia quite often on tour. And I married a Australian girl, and I'm living in New Zealand, so that definitely does something. Well, it's you can't say favorite country. It doesn't really play for me. Every country experience music in a different way, and I always find it very interesting. Like if you go to Russia or China or Brazil, those countries are so different. They experience music so different. And just every time I go to a new country, or even the same country but another part of that country, you see how other people in other parts of the world are experiencing music, and it's always a joy to see, because it's always about the love for making music and getting to know other people and how other people function within the music world.
Great, thank you. I'm just wondering if any of our younger players would like to ask a question, or even if they've got a little piece they'd like to play for Harmon. Would you be willing to give them some advice? Hannah Rose? Hannah Rose, have you got a question, or would you like to play something? Or Maxie?
Here we go. Yep. Hello.
Hello, Maxie.
I think that's Hannah Rose, is it? Who's speaking?
Oh, hi, Hannah Rose.
Here we go.
Wow, that sounds really good. That sounds really good, Hannah. So, is lockdown a positive thing for you? Because I can hear you've been practicing a lot, hey. So I'm assuming that lockdown is a positive thing. You're at home all the time practicing and driving your mum nuts.
No.
That sounds really good. Yeah, I don't have too much to say about it. Yeah, it sounds really, really good. You should feel proud about yourself. You just played in front of 65 people. Yeah, wow, that's really good.
How old are you, Hannah?
11.
11.
Wow, we all need to watch out because my career could be over in a couple of years. No, stunning. Well done, Hannah. Was it Kian that wanted to play as well? Is that what I'm seeing on the... Yeah, I think that's okay.
Yeah. Wait.
Wow. Kian, how long are you already playing?
I've been playing for 1 month.
1 month? And you play hot cross buns like that?
Like Jingle Bells.
And Jingle Bells as well? Wow.
Bells is the full song I can play so far.
So can I ask you something? Why did you start playing brass instruments?
My teacher told me like I forgot what it's called, like the day where like we celebrate the soldiers who died for us in the war. So he told us he gave us some music sheets for our school, and so there was trumpet on there. I'm like, I want to be like my teacher, because he's been in the army, he's been working in jail, and he's been working in all sorts of places. And I'm like, I want to be like him. I want to play trumpet. So then I just started playing trumpet.
That's a good motivation. I'm going to let you in a little secret, Kian. Well, it's not going to be a secret now anymore. But when I started, I went to, I did not know anything about music, and I come from a family that is really not musical. And I went to a music tattoo. Do you know what that is?
No.
No, it's basically where bands, and mostly it's wind bands, but brass bands do it as well. And where I come from, fanfare bands, that is a different kind of band, are doing that as well. And they are going on the street and down on a little square, and they make like formations, and they walk in formations. And in the back of that band, I saw this really big brass instrument, and it went around somebody's neck. Have you ever seen one of those? And it has a massive bell here.
I haven't seen that.
No, it's very impressive. And I saw that, and I was like, oh yeah, I really want to do that. I really want to play that. So in Belgium, we have something called music schools. So we don't learn it in music, but we go after school to a music school. And I saw the principal of that school, and I said, well, I want to play that really big thing with the massive bell around it. It's like a snake around the neck. And then she said, oh, yeah, but you're quite small. So they gave me a little cornet, and this is what we're going to start off with. And in a couple of years, you're going to do that. You're going to be able to play that big instrument that is called a sousaphone. And so, oh, that's great. Well, that is still my motivation now. So I'm still waiting till I'm big enough to play that sousaphone. But yeah, whatever your motivation is, don't forget that motivation and keep on to it. Okay?
Okay.
Good.
We've only got 5 minutes left. Is there anyone else who wants to play a little tune for Harmon?
Yeah, okay, I can.
Who's that speaking? Introduce yourself.
Hi, I'm Hannah. I'm 13, so I was wondering if you were meaning young as under 12 or under 18, but or 16 for that matter.
Well, under 80.
But
What are you going to play, Hannah?
I was thinking I might do one of the grade 6 pieces I'm working on, being Stoker's Sighting by Karen Bailey. So I'll see if I'm warmed up enough to do it, but no, I'll just warm myself up a little more. Sorry.
Good, very good. Now, yeah, that sounds really good. Yeah, pretty impressed with that. So when is your exam?
Um, I'm meant to be doing a grade 5 exam in November, but we've started working on some of the grade 6 stuff.
Wow, yeah. So, you clearly, to start off, it sounds really impressive. It sounds really good. 13 years old. Wow, I couldn't play like that when I was your age. But what you want to do now, and this is a little trick, and that's something I always do. When I learn a new piece, I always start. And by the way, here for you, it all works. Your fingers are very impressive as well. Not one wrong note. But what you want to do, and what I've been talking about the whole time to everybody on the Zoom as well, is we want to get that airstream better. So we want to be able, when I'm going to use that mute again, but what I like to do is I put my lip underneath my mouthpiece, and when I'm just going to choose a piece. When I'm practicing something, I'm always going to go first for the fingers and just my airstream without really playing. So if you look like this, and then I'm going to overcompensate the amount of air that I actually need. That's to make sure if I'm playing quick music that I'm not only playing with my lips but mostly on air. So you're going, and once you're quite sure about it that you're playing mostly on air and there's a lot of air going through your instrument, then you go, and you can actually hear the difference on sound when you play first and then with only air and then play it again. Then you hear that your sound opens completely. Does that make sense, Hannah?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I would suggest if you start practicing in like 2 minutes once the Zoom is over, try to do that whole piece without making sound. Put your lip underneath your mouthpiece so your lips don't start buzzing, and just with the right notes and all the right rhythms and everything you just did, but just purely do it on air, and you will notice you will use the double amount of air that you actually need. And once you start playing, you will add so much air, and the more air you can get into your instrument while playing, the bigger your sound gets and the easier the playing goes.
Yeah.
Okay? But
Sure.
it sounded really good.
Thank you.
Thanks very much, Hannah. So we've reached 1:30. I'd like to thank everyone who's attended, as well as thanking Harmon. It's been a great class. And I'm just wondering, Harmon, if whether you could jot down your breathing exercises, we could put it on our website for people to.
Yeah.
Download.
I'll send the breathing exercises over to Philippa on her email.
Yep, that would be great.
And then you guys can have it.
Thank you, teacher. I'm just learning. I'm just learning. Idols.
Do you enjoy it?
Yeah, I enjoy it. Very good for breathing. Before I never do this.
I hope you keep enjoying it. It's something amazing.
Yeah, because just the breathe was very difficult. I try. If you want to listen to me, I do the skill. I can do skill. I can do this. Yeah. But not good. Try. Just to put this one. Maybe to listen. Try. Sorry. Because I am a pregnant.
That sounds great. So how long have you been playing now?
This one very short time before I played Barton.
The baritone.
Barton, yeah.
Wow.
Barton just maybe 3 years. But this just start.
Yeah.
I like this one. This is small. I hold easy.
Oh, I do encourage that the people that starting playing brass instrument on every age. Oh, that's awesome. Good on you.
I'm older, but I like. When I was young, no chance. Now I have the chance. I meet
It's so
the
easy
good.
these days to start. Hey, yeah.
I can do. Give me confidence. I
That sounds
think
really good.
right. Oh, just play. I just the brace difficult. I just do something like this. No good. And the high notes difficult. I think.
Yeah, yeah. That's what everybody's saying. Those high notes. But as I said, concentrate on the low notes and concentrate on not changing anything here.
Yeah.
So right here, and then the high notes will come. The more that you are doing everything correct in the low register, the easier we'll be able to play the high notes. Don't focus too much on the high notes. They'll come.
Yeah, thank you so much. I practice the brace. It's very good. Thank you so much.
No worries.
Okay. Thank you, Kelly.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone, again. We'll have to wrap it up there. Thank you, Harmon.
No worries. Thank you, everybody.
Yeah, thank you, teacher. Thank you. Come on. Take care, right?
Unmute and say thank you to Harmon.
Thank
Thank you.
Thank you.
And just as a bit of an ad for future classes, if you want to learn about pedal notes and the natural harmonics of your instrument, we're doing a physics in music class on Thursday, which will basically tell you all the natural, among other things, how your instrument creates those natural harmonics right down to the pedal notes. And what was the other class we're having that people might be...
Okay, so for our VC and HSC students this year, because everything's a bit of a mess, we have a workshop on Thursday at 2 o'clock, and that's going to be talking about all the classroom side of the exams. And on Thursday night, we have a concert, and VC kids can upload a performance, and you can all just sit and watch in your lounge room while you're eating some camembert and a cheeky Shiraz. We have lots of people coming up. Josh Rogan has from this Auckland Symphonia has his warm-up routine class this afternoon. Richard Shirley from the Melbourne Symphony Orchestra. Tomorrow we've got players from the Sydney Symphony Orchestra. Steve Rossay's on tomorrow night. He's tuba with the Sydney Symphony Orchestra, and he's going through things about preparing for performance, about anxiety, a bit of neurolinguistic programming, about just chilling out.
I'd like to see tuba player do that 30-second breathing exercise.
Oh, yeah. And then also anyone that's not a complete beginner, Jamie Lawson, the tireless one, is going to be presenting a class tomorrow morning for intermediate kids, wind instruments. So, yeah, there's heaps to do, guys. But thank you very much to Harmon. Really good. And you sound like an Aussie, mate. What's going on?
Well, I'm married one, so.
Sorry.
She's to blame.
Thank you very much. We really appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thanks.
Thanks, everyone. See you during
Have a next class. Do you have a next class?
Next
this one.
Is at 2 o'clock?
Next class. Yeah, 2 o'clock. It's for music directors, Kelly.
Musical directors.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, but this afternoon at 5:30, that's when you should come to. Yeah?
straight horns as well, so I won't do too much into the valve register or down to the pedals. But first of all, we've got a I'm a huge one for breathing exercises, right? So how do we make a noise on the trombone? It's quite simple. We put air through our lips vibrate, and then we just make a buzz on this mouthpiece, and then the trombone just amplifies it. So it's pretty straightforward, really. The most important thing is getting that ear going and right. Something that I've learned during my time in the orchestra is I still am quite a tense player. So, you know, I've got a bit of a sore shoulder at the moment, actually, because I've been working on high range, because our orchestra doesn't have any principals at the moment. So I've been doing, when we do play, which is not much at the moment, I've been playing some first stuff. But I've realized that in my high range, this shoulder kind of locks. Really? The most important thing,
excuse me, Richard,
is getting that ear going.
We seem to be getting some feedback from somewhere.
Something that I've learned during my time in the orchestra is I still am quite a tense player. So
I'm not sure where that's coming from.
I've got a bit of a sore shoulder at the moment, actually, because I've been working on high range.
Someone's got the live stream happening on their computer or their Facebook, and it's happening at the same time as this. So can everyone just check that they're on mute?
Realize that in my high range, this shoulder kind of locks. Really? Excuse me, Richard.
So yeah, just is that better, Colin?
Is it something at my end? Have I done something? I'm not very tech savvy.
No, Richard, it's the live stream. It's like a minute or so behind, but it sounds like it's better now. Colin, yep.
Oh, there we go.
Yeah, sorry, it looks like it stopped.
Yep.
Please go ahead, Richard.
So what I was getting to is I want to when I play, I don't want to have any element of stress involved. I don't want to be tense here. I don't want to be tense in my arms. I just basically want to be very, very relaxed, and that goes with kind of breathing and blowing as well. So hands up, who does breathing exercises to get them going in the morning? Good. So it's a good one to do. Let's just do some now. We'll just go. Put a metronome on 60, and we're going to go. Everyone hear that okay? Okay, we're going to go in over 6, out over 6, in over 5, out over 6, in over 4, out over 6, 3, 6, 2, 6, 1, 6. I don't think I've ever had to say 6 so many times in my life, and it sounds very, very Kiwi, doesn't it? Okay, so here we go. Let's speed that up just a little bit. Here we go. I'll count 4 beats and then we'll start. And during that 4 beats, exhale all of your ear. When I breathe, I put my hand up like this or a finger just to simulate the mouthpiece, and you can really hear the sucking of the air past my finger. When we take a breath in, think of sucking the ear. Okay, so. Okay, and by doing that, by thinking sucking, almost like a vacuum cleaner, right? It goes down, it's very open, the throat's very open, and it goes right down to the bottom and fills, okay? Make sure we're sitting up pretty straight. We don't want to be hunched over at all. Posture's a big one. I've got a terrible chair at the moment. The chair broke. Okay, so here we go. 4 to count down. Here we go. 1, 2.
Hello. How are you?
Okay, we should feel nice and stretched out now. I actually do quite a few breathing exercises. I even use a breathing bag. I have a 6 litre medical breathing bag with a tube that I use, but it's actually perished. So, and I don't know where to get another one from. But that's a good indication as well of filling up. I think I have roughly 6 litre lungs, I think so, and this is a 6 litre bag. So yeah, so after that, I'm always down to buzz. Hands up, we do a lot of buzzing, guys, girls? Yep, good. It's just a real good, yeah, a little bit, yeah. I mean, it's a real interesting one. Christian Limburg, he's very anti-buzzing and his reason is, you get a note on this. You buzz a note on that, put it in your on your mouthpiece, put that into your trombone, and it sounds terrible. So he thinks, the noise, the sound that you're creating on the mouthpiece isn't beneficial in any way. So he's very anti it, and he's all right. He's a good player. So, everyone's different. Actually, just before I go on, just a disclaimer. Everything that I talk about today, I don't think anything is my own original thought. It's all stuff I've kind of handpicked from different teachers, masterclasses, lessons and stuff like that, including exercises. But I personally think buzzing's a great thing, and I'll do it absolutely every day before I play. Sometimes this is how geeky I am. When I'm driving to work, I'll do breathing exercises and buzzing in the car. Yeah, it's good. So starting off buzzing, I think it's interesting. I don't know if you guys have ever done this before, but if you take a breath, place the mouthpiece on your lips and just blow out, and then slowly just engage the corners of your embouchure and bring your lips together, you'll realize that it actually doesn't take a lot of air to make a buzz on the mouthpiece. A lot of students, especially younger students that I either take or I see in masterclasses, a lot of the time everything's very forced. It's always a lot of air to get a buzz. If you think about it and if you try it, so I'm literally taking a nice breath in, a nice breath out. Nothing's forced, and I'm just slowly engaging my corners and bringing the lips together, and it starts to buzz. I always find that's a really good indication, just a reminder that it actually doesn't need to be forced. It can be quite relaxed when we take a breath, when we're buzzing. Okay, so I'll do a little bit of buzzing in the car, usually just some sirens. I don't know if you've heard that term before, but okay, just trying to get right over the instrument. I have a beard and it's quite hard to see, but make sure when we're buzzing and playing that these are basically, we know a little bit about our embouchure and how we should keep the corners in. You should basically think of these as railway lines. These corners can shift up and down, jaw forward, but never outwards. Okay, so if we're starting to get, especially going high, and it's very common, we've all kind of done it in the past, if we start going getting smiley, basically that's stretching the lips, it's giving them less meat to be able to vibrate, and it's going to cut you off very, very early in the range. So make sure we're keeping corners engaged inwards, and just moving chin. So make sure we're keeping the chin relatively flat. Okay, so that's buzz. It doesn't really take that much effort. Now, it's a good one to get the lips going. So first of all, I kind of get to work, and then I'm a big one for buzzing and playing. So I'll do, let's do this exercise. And it's simply, if we all know our major scales, it's kind of the first 5 notes of your major scale. You buzz it, and then you play it. So I'll demonstrate. Okay, so I'll buzz, you buzz, I'll play, you play. Is that cool? All right, so we're going to start off in B flat. So I'll demonstrate. So, sorry. I haven't played today, sorry. Okay, buzz it first, and then we play. Okay, everyone understand? Cool. Okay, so I'm going to buzz and play first. No, I'll go buzz, I play, you play. And we'll just carry on down to 7th position. Okay, here we go. 1, 2. In your own time. Okay, all good. I'll just keep going. Get our pitch for A. Ya da dee 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 da dee da da. All good. Make sure when we're buzzing, we're still sitting upright. I see a few were a little bit hunched over. Basically, as soon as you kind of hunch neck forward, you're just cutting off the potential to get more air into your lungs. Okay. A flat. I have to get a tuning note because I don't have perfect pitch. Here we go. 2. 3 and ya da dee da dee da dee da da. Ya da dee da dee da dee da da. Good. Now, when we're playing, we need to make sure we don't have to start using our tongue at this stage. We can introduce the tongue later on. So if you want to, you can start with a ho, just a breath attack. And I'm quite glissy. My positions are relatively in time, but I'm just all about keeping the ear going. I don't want any distractions at this stage. So the tongue is just a giant pain. You just want to kind of get it out the way, okay? It's just going to cause trouble. So let's do G. Oh gosh. Here we go.
Richard, it might be just helpful if there's any treble clef readers.
Oh, sorry.
Just the G is an A. Or,
Yes.
Yeah.
Sorry. Yeah. It's funny now. I mean, I didn't even read bass clef till I left school when I was, 18 or 19. But going back now and reading brass band treble clef is just a mind. It just throws me. So, yes. So we're on to an A now for bandies and a concert G. We'll say that, eh? We'll do 2 more of these. 2. Ya da dee da dee da dee da da. Okay, So you should start feeling now the lips kind of getting things warmed up. Your sound will start increasing, getting a little bit wider instead of that kind of fluffy little narrow sound. Let's just do the F to finish off. Ya da dee da dee da dee da da. All right. So I'm a big one on that. In fact, I'll do it right down to and through the valve register into the pedal register, just because it's just incredibly beneficial. And in fact, you're pretty warm after that. But in regards to routine, I'll then go into just some more glisses. So once again, keeping the tongue out the way, just kind of playing scales. It's a good thing to learn all your major and minor scales. I'm useless at my minors, but I still remember my major scales, thankfully. But I've just kind of start, for example, down to low F. Okay, you want to try that? So it's just a low F major scale. Should we try it? Those who can, play along. 1, 2, 3. Okay, and it's all about taking a good breath in and letting it all out. And nothing forced at all. Just good air intake and letting it all out, okay? Then I'll continue that up. I'll probably go up a couple of might go up to like a B flat and then try and do, so I'll start low F, do 1 octave, and then I might do, a couple of octaves up to a high B flat or something like that, or a high C. Nothing too taxing at this stage, okay? Is everyone cool? Should we just keep going like this? Is this all right? Good? Yeah. Stop me at any time. Colin, I'm not really following these questions and stuff. Are you keeping an eye on that? Because
I will, yep. Perhaps we stop for a minute and answer some questions. I'll just start from the bottom. I taught myself to play 30 years ago playing in Ringer concert brass. Because only treble clef is used in brass bands, I never did get around to reading bass clef. How do you recommend I go about learning the new clef?
Oh, this is, yeah, look, you just kind of have to do it. I did it, I mean, I think originally I cheated. I don't know, there's a cheat. Tim Walsh, you might remember the cheat. I can't remember it.
I had to go the other way.
Oh, yes, okay, so you started on, yeah, okay, you started the other way. There's a cheat, I can't remember what the cheat is. But anyway, it worked for like a year. Then I literally had to go, B flat, C, and I went through and basically painfully taught myself how to do it.
Yeah, I was just wondering whether you would do it by, like, learning a new instrument, completely forget treble clef and learn bass clef, or try and remember the transposition.
Yeah. Oh, I wish I remember what the cheat was, because it was dodgy as, but it got me started. And then once you realize, once you get conductors asking for specific notes and things and you're a tone out, it's a bit embarrassing. So I did have to basically I remember Andrew Beckley in the New Zealand Army Band telling me, you just got to do it. Just sit down and go, C. And it doesn't take too long. It just... Yeah. Doesn't take very long at all. I actually played for Warringah Concert Brass under John Saunders when I was in...
I joined Concert Brass in 86, so I played for about 40 years with that band.
Yeah, right. Oh, that's fantastic. Yeah.
And he went to Manly Band 2 or 3 years ago.
Yeah, okay. Yep. Yeah, so you would have been under John's dad, is that right?
Oh, yeah, under Jack. Yeah, I joined when Jack had the band.
Yeah, oh, fantastic. Cool. Okay.
Another question here, Richard, is do you need to practice any special high range exercises to be able to easily get high notes, or just the normal warm-up exercises?
No, I have to. I don't have a good high range. So there's a lot of people that have very natural. I mean, people are naturally good at specific things, and a lot of trombone players are naturally good at high range. I am not. I don't have a good high range. I mean, I have a workable high range, you know, to work. You know, obviously I can play high, but I mean, I'm not virtuosic, and you know, it's something I have to work on daily. To the point where I had a lesson with a guy in San Francisco yesterday on my high range, a Zoom lesson. So it's something that I'm constantly working on. But I'll never forget Dave Gallagher, who's he's now the conductor of the Royal New Zealand Air Force Band, but he conducted Boston years ago and taught me. And he said, he basically said, I said, like, same thing. I said, I'm having real problems with my high range. And he said, well, are you practicing your high range? And I thought, well, no, I wasn't actually, because it was too hard. So I just kind of didn't bother. But it's something that, yeah, playing up there regularly does help. A big one that you really got to be careful on is tension, playing up into the high range. So you need to approach it from the low range and work up, and don't be in a rush, okay, for your high range. It's a lot of it's endurance and strengthening your embouchure, but there's absolutely no rush at all. And as soon as you feel any sort of pain, make sure you stop, because you can. You don't want to cause any damage. But yeah, I mean, I do these exercises. I do a whole lot of different exercises, and you know, scales, arpeggios in the high range. But yeah, it's something I do every day. In fact, it's the same for the low range. I do so basically on a daily. Michael Bertoncello told me, you know, if you want to work as a professional trombone player, you should be comfortable playing from a pedal F to a high F, like a high F. So that's G for brass bandies, I think. And he's kind of right, you know, like even on second trombone, I haven't had an F, but I've had a high E natural, which you know, was written in a new piece, and I had to play it, you know, even on second trombone. So the repertoire it's there. And that was on tenor trombones as well. Some stuff you can play smaller gear, alto trombone for example, Beethoven 5, that's got a high F in it, but that's of course on alto trombone, so it's more achievable on a smaller instrument. But these are pretty big trombones now. Everyone kind of plays big horns and big mouthpieces, and it can be a bit of a struggle. So yes, I practice them every day. Was that your question, or did you want some exercises as well on how I practice them? Practice the high range. Whoever asked that, I don't know.
Who asked Richard that question?
Because
there's another question here related to high range, Richard. Does practicing high range consistently harm your low range?
Yeah, I mean, you can't afford to neglect any aspect of your playing, I don't think, and that goes for flexibility, lip slurs, articulation studies, high range, low range. I'm ticking all that off on a daily basis. A good one that I do is play. Have you guys got the Roche? What's it called? It's a book of Bordonis, and this one was by a guy called Roche, who I think was principal trombone of Boston at the turn of the century, I think. So he took all these vocal studies basically and arranged them or transposed them for trombone, and they're just beautiful studies that you can get it in bass and tenor, bass and treble clef, I'm pretty certain. But I practice them as they are written, but then I also practice them down an octave. Then I also practice them in tenor clef, so it puts them up a fourth. And so I try to tick off half a dozen of those every day. My old teacher in New Zealand, David Brenda, was big on those. And I mean, if you're doing a basic routine, 40 minutes, and playing some Roches or something a day, you're going to be covering a lot of stuff. So yeah, you kind of need to try and tick off everything on a daily basis. And for range, just slurs are great for that. So, you know, you start off by And it's that whole Remington thing where you just keep going up the partial. Okay, until you're covering the whole range of the instrument, and then down to the second position, and so forth. So yeah, I mean, and there's that whole thing. I've never really. Everyone always said that by practicing your low range, it helps your high range, and it never really clicked with me. But I think what they're trying to say is if you can play. It seemed to be quite big in the brass band world, just if you want to play high, you got to practice low. And I think, and as I said, it never really worked with me, but I think what they were trying to say is if you can play as relaxed as you do on the low register up high, you got so much more, you can get so much further range wise. It's all about staying relaxed. I mean, yes, you have to keep the corners engaged. Yes, you have to speed up the air, but as soon as you create any tension this way, it's going to cut off, and any tension this way, it's just going to stop vibrating. So we need to keep these relatively, relaxed. I hope that helps. I tend to ramble on a little bit. Sorry.
That's all right. Richard, there's a couple of questions about other clefs, tenor clef and alto clef.
Yeah. So I mean, I think this is terrible as well, but I think when I started reading tenor clef, I was still in the brass band. I think some marches are in tenor clef, and it's that whole thing where you just kind of change the flats and sharps or something, and it's terribly dodgy. I think I still actually do the same today.
Yeah. I think with tenor clef, if you're reading a transposed B flat trombone part, it's the notes are in the same position in tenor clef. You've got to watch the key.
Yeah.
I think you drop off 2 flats or something like that. That's what I used to do.
Yeah, that's what
or the equivalent of 2 flats.
Yeah. And alto clef, it depends if you're playing an alto trombone or a tenor trombone. But that was another thing I just kind of had to learn, because one of my old teachers told me a cheat for that as well, and it got me by during university. But then at some stage you actually have to learn how to play it properly, because you don't want to be called out. Who's playing that E natural there, when you're thinking, oh geez, I'm just kind of winging it. You're a 3rd or 4th out or something. So yeah, I mean, look, you just kind of have to, you just learn them, and it's pretty straightforward. You can find middle C because of the shape of the clef, and you just kind of go from there. Really, it's, there's no real easy way around it.
Christine and Bob are asking, they'd really love some exercises from you for high range. Not sure if you mean some sheet music, or do you want Richard to do some exercises now? If you could unmute and let us know.
Maybe both would be great.
Yeah, I mean,
I could hear it and have the sheets as well. That'd be fantastic.
I don't have any.
Or where I could find them.
Yeah, well, if I mean, I can give you guys. If you maybe Colin can pass on my email address, and you can get in touch.
Yep.
I can send you some PDF.
Or I can just, any sheet music I can put on our download page on the Skunkworks website, so everyone can have access to it.
Thank you.
I go through and make up. I go through and make up these warm-ups because I've had a lot of time on my hands. But yeah, range. So yeah, some exercises for range. So did you get that one about? I think it originally was Remington, where you just kind of start.
I have the Remington ones.
Yeah, that's so good. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so from there, then you can start kind of concentrating on. I can't remember his name. But anyway, there's a whole bunch of them. But from there, I would concentrate on just the higher. So say you've done your warm-up and your routine, for example. Now we can just concentrate solely on the high register. So we're going to start by, you can start by, this is what I do. Okay? So slurred, and then I'll articulate it. Okay?
Yep.
I don't know where I got using vibrato up there from, but I like to do it because I always try and make the best sound, and you know, it's got to sound good all the time, otherwise it gets a little dull. But also, if you're using those muscles in that higher register, it's kind of like doing a bit of weights. I find helps me. So and then continue up a semitone. Okay. Okay, and then so that's what I do. I go up to F, but I'm not going to do that now because it's going to.
Thank you. Thank you.
But a couple of things: if you're doing those exercises, make sure when you finish them, so don't rush it, and when you finish it, do something to
relax the neck, the mouth muscles.
Exactly. Yeah. Get the blood going through. You know.
Thank you.
Those kind of things, just to get the blood flowing again, and always have a bit of a spell. There's another good one for strengthening your higher range, and it comes from that book of Eric Clay's, and it's playing. I can't recall it exactly, but it's playing about piano, and I think it's just going up chromatic from B flat to B flat over a slow tempo. So something like. All the way up to B flat over a slow tempo and back down, and you do that, and then you rest and do that 6 times, and it's like it's like strength training. It's very, very good at a quiet dynamic.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Very nice. Thank you.
Richard, there's another question about playing with mutes of various types. Someone's noticed you've got a shush mute in the background there.
Yes.
When he's played with it, he's found it's flat, and you know, I expect with various mutes, they're going to affect your pitch to a certain extent, one way or another. And I noticed also when you were playing those harmonics on first position, you were still adjusting slightly as you went up and down.
Yeah. So I mean, yeah, schmutes. I've got schmutes because my teacher was David Bremner. His dad makes them, so I felt obliged to get them. But they are very good as well. I've actually got a new one by David Rejano, I think his name is, and he's principal trombone of the LA Phil. He's got a new mute as well, a practice mute as well, which is quite good. I like it because it's just a bit quieter than the schmute, and it fits in flush-ish with the bell, so I can put it in my case. I have 2 young children, so unfortunately, not so much now, but I used to do a lot of practice with practice mutes. You have to be very careful with them because yes, they don't play in tune. So you are constantly adjusting, and that goes for all mutes. We don't really use that many mutes. I mean, I did a recording session the other day for a musical, and I had to use a lot of different mutes, and that was a bit of a shock because I hadn't for a while. And yeah, you just have to adjust your pitch basically. I mean, you can generally just pull out the tuning slide a touch, but you're also adjusting your slide. I mean, and that goes for when I'm always playing, especially second trombone. I mean, it's my job to be constantly changing. You know, if I'm playing the third in a major chord, for example, then I need to lower that third. So there's all little rules like that. So you need to be very aware of what you're doing all the time. But certainly with trombone, I mean, every trombone's different, but and I'm just trying out a new mouthpiece as well. So it's not ideal, but yeah, I think it's the 6th partial. That F on majority of trombones, most trombones will be high, will be sharp. So you have to play, if you want to play in tune. In fact, the low F as well, especially on this trombone, is quite sharp. So there's a whole bunch of notes you need to know. Concert B natural. There's a sharp 4. That whole partial, especially that E flat we play in the younger age, and early on we play a lot of those E flats out in third position, and they're always sharp. So that actually needs to be flattened. So here's my normal third position. I'll play it out there. And I'm a terrible one for touching the bell. I don't recommend it, but I do it, so yeah. If you can avoid it, that's good, but I don't know, it's a good indication of where I am. So yeah, always adjusting. That's the thing about trombone players, is you end up having really good ears. I find most trombone players get good on the trombone because they have good ears, or they develop good ears because we are adjusting all the time, and we can't just put a finger down and hope for the best. So I'm always adjusting. I'm a big one. Even when I teach my students, I'm huge on just the absolute basics. So I think Toby Oft, who's the Boston Symphony principal, I think he says the 3 T's: timing, tuning, and tone. But it's basically, your rhythm needs to be spot on, your tuning, your intonation needs to be spot on, and it's got to be a beautiful sound. And those we get those things in order. Even just with the most simple things, slurs, scales, from a young age, and we build from that, and that's when we start being more expressive. And but that's the foundation, is getting those things right. Especially if you want to work professionally as well, you just have to have that, be on top of that. Yeah.
Richard, there's a question. How long did it take you to achieve the Altissimo F? Weeks, months, or years?
I don't think I've got it yet. It's still not pretty. Honestly, it depends on the day, if it squeaks out. But yeah, years. It took me years to be able to play up there, especially play up there comfortably. I might have been able to squeak one out, but to be able to hit that relatively, I still think, when I get high, my sound just gets thin. It's ugly. I can't stand it. When you hear someone like Jessica Busby or these other players, they'll play a high F and it will just sound just as beautiful as their low F. It's across the board, whereas mine gets pretty thin up top. So that's why I'm seriously working on it still every day, and seeking help on it, just because I always like to try and improve, always be improving. But yeah, it took a very, very long time. Yeah, you certainly can't rush these things.
I think I've got through all the questions. Anyone put their hand up if they've got another question?
No.
No?
Does anyone want to do? Does anyone want to play anything, or we can talk about some play? Is there anyone doing some VCE stuff or some AMEB, or got some exams coming up, or anything like that? Yeah.
Ocean, would you like to unmute your microphone? There you go. What would you like to play?
Oh, actually, I don't want to play.
Okay.
James would love to play. James from the High Street Youth Band and St Bernard's.
I know James.
You do know James.
G'day, Richard. How are you? What are you going to play today?
I reckon I'll look at the Swan. Let's see. I forget his name. The fellow who wrote it. Sacrilege for me to forget, but there we are. Saint Saëns.
Saint Saëns.
Saint Saëns.
Oh, James.
Not good with French.
Get your French.
Sounded very Australian. Saint Saëns.
Do we mind if we put you on spotlight, James? On the big screen.
Yep, sure. Hello, that's me. Hello, everyone. Yet to do much serious playing today, so hope it turns out all right.
You'll be right. All right. Well done.
Hey, James, Jamie just wants to ask you to do something with your sound.
Hey, James, sorry, Richard, sorry to
it's all right.
to butt in here. James, can you go into your audio settings, and anyone who wants to play, go into their audio settings, make sure that their suppressing of background noise is low, and they've turned on high fidelity music mode and echo cancellation. So just going through that again, you hit the little up arrow next to your microphone button in the bottom left-hand corner. Make sure suppressed background noise is on low, and you've got high fidelity music mode and echo cancellation turned on. Because unfortunately, Zoom considers trombone background noise.
That's ridiculous.
It's crazy, isn't it? Carry on. Sorry.
All right. So,
Stella, I think Stella's got a question. Yes, Stella. I think she's going to play for us.
oh, can I just talk about James?
Yes, perhaps just hold on a moment, Stella, and Richard will talk to James.
Let's have a wee chat. That's good, James. It's really good. You should definitely it's a good idea to know what you're playing, know what it was written for, know who wrote it, know what it's comes in, if it's a symphony, if it's a, folk song or whatever, because it gives you a good idea of why he's writing that or they are writing that, and a bit of background about it. So do a bit of research and have a listen. But that's great. I mean, that's a great improvement from the last time. Couple of things. The slide vibrato thing. That's something that you're doing. Because it sounded like you had sometimes you're using a lip vibrato or ear vibrato or whatever, and then sometimes you're using the slide. Is that something that you're aware of, or you're doing that on purpose, or?
I think I just do it out of habit. It's probably not a good habit to have, though.
I mean, if it sounds right, it is right. But I would probably. I just think sometimes it didn't quite work. That it can alter your pitch a little bit, to the point where it's a little bit detrimental to your sound. Maybe perhaps it was a little bit too wide. But just be aware of that. Find a bit more consistency with that. Secondly, when you're slurring in between notes, make sure you can try and clean those up a little bit. We seem to be kind of grabbing notes as we go. Try and work on some lip slurs and just from one note to another note as clean as possible. Then when you go down to the low stuff, think jaw forward and taw, because we missed that a couple of times, or we scooped, we came at it, we weren't quite centering on it. So try and think of the syllables, the syllable taw or It just opens things up a little bit. And yeah, the last thing, it was very blanket dynamic wise. I mean, you're kind of cutting in a little bit, out a little bit, but it was very, you know, you can kind of start, even if it's not, I mean, I haven't got the music in front of me, but even if it's not marked, you can use some musical interpretation and really, I mean, it's beautiful. It's such a beautiful piece of music. You can be really super expressive with it. And you are doing that, but I just think it could be exaggerated. But well done. Very good.
Well done. I think we've got Stella who wants to play. We've also got Micah Edwards who can play after that. Anyone else who wants to play, perhaps put something in the chat. Okay. You can't really see them behind the music stand. There they are.
Hey, well done. Guys, I thought that was awesome. Was it fun? Did you enjoy it? Yes, that is the most important thing. You've got to enjoy yourself. Can I just give one bit of advice? As if you're playing in an ensemble like that, someone, maybe Stella, maybe you could take the lead. Because there was a couple of times when one would start and Hugh, is it? Yep, Hugh would kind of come in a little bit later on. So perhaps someone taps their foot or nods, gives a little bit of an indication on when you're going to come back in again, and at the start as well. But man, that was just awesome. I really, really enjoyed that. And I'm glad you enjoyed it too, because that's what, at the end of the day, it's just got to be fun. Well done.
Would Micah Edwards, would he like to play? He's got a Bordoni study.
Great.
Micah, are you there? Here he goes.
I can't hear anything there.
No, Micah, we can't hear you. Just make sure you're unmuted. Have you got a microphone as part of your headphones? Yep, we can hear you now.
Well done. So that was Roshu number 18, wasn't it? Is that?
Yep.
Have you got an exam or something coming up?
No, just working on it.
Excellent. Okay, well done. I mean, that was really, really good. Great performance and great range. You know, the range was just fantastic. It's a little bit hard to hear over the computer, the quality of sound, but the big thing for me in that one was the rhythm. Hang on, boss. Hang on, mate. Okay. Sorry about that. So rhythm. So this is full of these things, right? Whether you go from triplets to dotted quaver, semiquavers, and it's a real pet peeve of mine because people often go dee dee da 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 dee instead of dee dee da 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 dee. So on a big one. And this goes back to those 3 T's, you know, timing, tuning, and time. The timing is not quite right, and you can really, really exaggerate those da-dum, because that's not a triplet. But a lot of the times when you're playing, it will come across da-da-da-da-da-da-da-dum. Okay, and the classic one is the opening of the David trombone concerto. Dee, da, 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 dee. And, you know, I can't sing, by the way. You probably guessed that already. But I'm a terrible singer. But it goes, hands up, who knows the David concerto? Yeah, so it starts off, yum, da, 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 dee. And it's on pretty much every trombone audition, certainly this part of the world anyway. And you can kind of, if people don't get that first couple of bars right, that's a big no-no for me. So that rhythm, people will play it as a triplet, da 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 da, instead of da 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 da. Okay, and that's a big no-no for me. And this Roshu is full of them, and that's why I'm going to be a real pain and pull you up on it. Yeah. So whenever you've got, for example, I'm just going to shut this door. So I'll try and demonstrate. Instead of, so that's what I'm after. Instead of Okay. So those things need to be sharpened up. Okay. So and how do we do that? We subdivide. Dee, da, 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 dum. Okay. Does that all make sense? Yeah. So and there was so basically you need to be more strict on yourself as you go through. Make sure that the triplets are triplets, and the dotted quaver semiquavers are dotted quaver semiquavers. But that's being pretty. I mean, I'm being pretty picky there because I mean it was a great performance. The only other thing, and Roshu's, these are really tricky because they actually don't have much in the way of dynamics. But you can as a musician you can be super expressive with these and add your own, you know. There's a subito piano there, and I mean once again it's hard to hear over the computer, but you know, I didn't really hear much of a dynamic change at all there. I'll try and demonstrate. I mean, it probably won't work either, but okay. So I tried to come quite back there on that subito piano. I mean, you just got to exaggerate that stuff. And these Bordonis are all about. Oh, that was one thing. Yeah, I mean, as I said, this is a bit picky, but you start these phrases and it was really nice, but then a lot of the times you'd just end the phrase so abruptly. There wasn't a musical cutoff, and a lot of the time that's because you're trying to get a breath in. But you can't, I mean, as I said, the starts of the phrases were lovely, but the ends of phrases and the ends of notes are just as important as the start. You know, I mean, it's a quaver note, but it's just important. You just can't cut that short. Just to get a breath, you know. That's a quaver note. That's half a crotchet. That still needs to resonate and have that sound. Okay, so the ends of phrases, ends of notes are just as important as the start. Very good though. Well done. Excellent. Keep it up.
I think we have Bianca next who would like to play. Is that right, Bianca? Just unmute. Yep, there you go.
He just unmuted me. Wasn't going to play a big long piece. I was just going to play a short one. Have you ever heard of Camptown Races?
Is it?
Okay.
Oh, fantastic. Very well done. I mean, it was good. The biggest thing was it seemed like you started at one tempo, and then when you got to kind of the trickier bit, you kind of slow down a little bit, get that trickier bit out of the way, then you kind of crank back up again to the
Okay.
and then you kind of slow up when it gets a little bit tricky. So I would look at the whole thing, and the first thing I would do is I'd find out how fast I can play the technical sections, and this goes for everyone playing anything really. Find out how fast you can play the technical sections of the piece and work out your starting tempo from that. Okay, so if you can go bum ba bum bum bing bum ba bim bum bum, for example, then you need to start yum bum 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 bing bum 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 bum, instead of going bum 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 bum. This is easy. Then bum, 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 ding. Okay, so just try and keep, yeah, we're just basically trying to keep one tempo across the whole piece. The second thing I'd just like to mention is try and, if you have the music in front of you, I'm a big one for marking in where I take my breaths, because sometimes, because where you take a breath needs to be musical as well. And there's a couple of spots where you'd bum 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 beam, or well, I wasn't there. It was, I don't know, but it wasn't after the phrase. So just always have a good idea of where you want to take a breath in the phrase. Does that make sense? So, for example, you might want to go yum bum. Oh, geez. Yum bum 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 beam bum 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 bum. So always make sure your breaths are in musical places. Okay, you don't want to cut off phrases or anything intrusive of the musicality. But it was really well done. Yeah, really good. I like the Arbans in the background too.
What?
The book in the background there. The Arbans. You chewing your way through that? You'll be fine.
That's actually Mum's practice.
No, you just.
Arms all on the back.
All right. Thank you, Bianca. Now, Krishna, do you want to play?
Me? No, not you. Some other dude.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm just gonna play Prismatic Light. I don't know who it's by, but I'm just gonna play because I have the sheet music for it. Okay.
Okay, well done.
Thanks.
That's cool. That's a play along thingy. That's fantastic. And how beneficial was that? I mean, you played in time and you played along with other musicians, ish. There was a couple of spots where a couple of low Fs that you weren't in tune with the ensemble, and I saw you adjusting. So I mean, that's fantastic. It's a great way to train your ears and everything. So really well done. Seems like a very low part.
Yeah, I played bass trombone in C for the Wollongong Junior Brass Band.
Oh,
And I've only been playing for like a few years, but I really like the song, so I just kept on practicing it anyways. And yeah, I just did it.
Fantastic. Yeah, no, you got to enjoy it. That's the most important thing. Now, the one thing I did pick up on, and it's something we haven't touched on today, but that's the right hand position on the slide. So you seem to play. It's a bit hard to, but you seem to play quite. You're holding it essentially up the top, aren't you?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I would hold I think hold the slide, right? You can do this for me. Is that the Vulcan thing or something? From
I guess so. I'm not sure.
Kind of tricky.
Yeah.
Do that right, and then place the slide in between those. In between the V, right? And then add your thumb to it. So you've got 2 below the slide, 2 above the slide, and then your thumb holding it. Okay? Now, if that's not comfortable. Now, so this is right on the bottom. That's cool, love. Okay, thanks. Very important. So sorry, I can't quite demonstrate, but what you're holding up here, okay?
Yeah, I'm holding it like this.
Yeah, so you need to be holding down the bottom of the slide. Yeah.
Okay.
You can try that 2 and 2, or like you're sipping a dainty cup of tea, like that, and just hold it like this. Okay. But basically, up here, it just is very strange in regards to the weight of the slide. It makes it very heavy and very boggy. But if you're down here, it's a lot freer. The wrist is a lot more supple to move. Okay, so just be aware of that. So essentially, we're taking all the weight of the instrument with this left hand. Okay, and this is very, very quick, relaxed. Once again, no tension whatsoever. So that was the biggest thing I could take out of that. That, and when you're, because it is such a low part, when you're going low, have you ever heard of thinking of the T-ta-tor?
I guess only in like singing, but other than that, no.
Yeah, so if you think of articulating a note, if you want to play a note in the high register, it helps if you articulate by going T, T, and vice versa in the lower register. If you think tall, tall, it opens up the throat and it just relaxes things a lot more. Yeah, because it's a little bit, your embouchure is a little bit squishy when you go down low.
Yeah.
Lots of air, lots of slow air. So faster air helps us play high, the slower air helps us play low. Okay?
Okay. Thank you.
Well done.
Great. I think we're close to winding up, unless someone else would like to play quickly. We have to finish right, well, perhaps even a couple of minutes before 5:30, because the next masterclass with Josh Rogan is on next at 5:30.
Is there any questions? Any more questions? Come up. I'll have a look. Let me see if I do this.
I'm having a look as well.
Someone was asking before about high note tips, Richard, someone that had to step out while you were talking earlier.
Oh, about the high register? Yeah. I don't have a good high register. I have to practice it every day. And when I practice it, I'm really, really concentrating on being relaxed, okay? And yes, you have to engage the corners of your mouth, but if you can start building the high register from low and trying very, very patiently to build higher, still keeping relatively relaxed, then that's going to help you the further you go up. Because if you're starting to things are getting tense, around a middle F, for example, then you know, I don't like your chances of getting much above a high B flat. But it's all about kind of keeping things in check, you know, faster air, all that stuff, but make sure that we're yeah, trying to stay relatively as relaxed. Think of the air also, it doesn't need to be forced as well. Think of, you know, when you sigh, and I've been doing a lot of sighing lately, when I get up in the morning and the likes. But yeah, I mean, you don't need a lot of air to play high, you know. I mean, that's, you know, it's a very thin screeched note, but there's not much air at all there. All I'm trying to do is just keep these engaged, keep them inwards, don't spread, and just kind of, yeah. And also that whole Chicago school of thought, you know, song, what is it, song and wind? Song and wind? You know, you've got to hear it. You've got to hear it as well. Hear the note. Same when you're performing. Okay?
A few more questions there, Richard.
Yep.
One on tongue exercises.
Oh, yeah, we do.
And how to play a gliss and your left hand position.
Yep. So I don't really talk about, we didn't get into tonguing. I think during my warm-ups and stuff, as I mentioned earlier, the tongue just gets in the way. So I try to keep it out. I mean, the most important thing is getting the ear going and getting the lips vibrating. Okay, then we introduce the tongue. In fact, before we introduce the tongue, I use ear attacks, you know, breath attacks, whatever you call them. So. So basically the first lot of notes I played was just by using the ear, no tongue at all, and then I introduced the tongue. And it's very quick. I want the tongue to get out of the way. So it's hitting the back of the back of my top teeth and then shooting down and letting the ear come through, keeping the note nice and sostenuto and broad. Yeah, tonguing and multiple tonguing. I've got a terrible multiple tongue, but I was very lucky I've got a fast single tongue, so I can get away with a lot, but at some points you just have to work on your multiple tonguing. My partner, Abby, she's a brass bandy as well, and she's just got phenomenal technique in tonguing. It's just not an issue for her, and it just makes me very sad. So I'm very slow.
How do you play a gliss?
So a gliss, well, it's pretty straightforward. I think you just start at one note and go to the next, go and bring it up the slide. So make sure you got lots of air going through.
You have to adjust your air as you're coming up or down, or
I always start with more and then kind of back off a little bit as I come up. But it's not something I'm conscious of. You just kind of do it. But there's also, you can do rips as well. So that kind of effect, which we do get quite a lot as well. So that's going against the grain. You know about, do you guys know about natural slurs? Yeah. So, yeah, that's an interesting, a natural slur is when you kind of go against the grain instead of. And you don't need to use any sort of legato tongue because it's very tricky for us trombonists, isn't it, to get that smooth kind of sound. Legato, we have to, I think of ta la 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 la, but if you're using natural slurs and just using the ear, a quick slide, then apart from the first note, I'm not tonguing it, and that's an effect you can continue going right up, the further out and up the range. And we actually get that in a lot of modern music and poppy stuff. It's cool.
I think the last question there, Richard, and then we'll have to wrap it up, is your left hand position. Perhaps you could show people exactly how you're holding your trombone.
I try and teach like, so I when I get a kid starting out, I make the little gun thing, pew, 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 pew. And then I just simply add the slide. So the thumb comes, I mean, this has got a valve, so it's a bit trickier, but can you see that? So I try and get the finger across the top to touch the mouthpiece receiver, and then 3 fingers underneath to grip the slide. Okay? And a lot of it, you got to make sure your trombone's weighted well. Some of them are weighted very forward, which just creates, you know, you're constantly pulling back So make sure your trombone's weighted well. If it's not, perhaps you can look at buying a weight or getting something, a counterweight to help, because you want to keep it, basically you want to keep this free as a bird to move as much as you want. And if that starts taking weight because your trombone's leaning forward, then it's just going to slow things up. Okay. Once we get slow, then the slide doesn't work in the same time as the ear and the tongue, and we get a little bit twarry. So we need the ear, the tongue, and the slide to be all moving spot on together.
All right. Thank you, Richard. We'll have to wrap it up there. I'd like to thank Richard for that masterclass. Absolutely fantastic. I'd like to thank everyone for coming, and especially those who played for us. Well done.
Yeah, well done. Really, really good.
And also I'd like to acknowledge again our sponsors, and especially the Victorian Bands League and the Band Association of New South Wales, and our sponsors who have made this masterclass series possible. So thank you again.
Yeah, thanks very much for having me. If you have any questions, email Colin and he'll fire them through to me if you need some PDFs or something, or you need any help. I've got a lot of downtime at the moment. So please feel free to get in touch if you've got any questions. It's no worries at all. I really love, trying to help out as much as I can.
And you can contact me using contacttheskunk@gmail.com, or just go to the Skunkworks website and you can email me from there. Thank you very much, everyone.
Awesome.
We'll see you later.
Hey.
Thank you.
Thank you
very much.
Very good.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yes, very good.
Thank you.
All right. Thanks, everyone.
Good afternoon, everyone. There are so many people. The first person I've seen is Mariana Barker. Funny that. How are you? Is Josh in the house?
Yes, just getting set up.
Oh, there you are. Sorry, I just need to see where you are so I can I can pin you.
Yep, here we are.
Excellent. Move.
Hi, everyone.
So, 2 secs, just give me a few seconds. We've just come out of another masterclass, so we're just sort of re-centering ourselves and getting everything right. Where is the spotlight button? Spotlight for everyone. There we go. Cool. So, welcome everyone. Thank you very much on behalf of Skunkworks. My name is Jamie Lawson. I'm one of the directors of Skunkworks, and we are bringing this particular masterclass, or all these masterclasses, to you with the generous assistance of Windcraft, Brass and Woodwind Repairs, Fine Music, and here's a big long list for you. The VBL, Victorian Bands League, the New South Wales Band Association, New South Wales Government's Create New South Wales, Geneva, Yamaha, Hal Leonard, Besson. The list goes on and on. But Josh, we are very privileged to have you. Josh, for me, Josh has been a wonderful inspiration for me over the years, but he's rapidly gaining a very well-deserved international reputation, and I'm very excited to be sitting in on this. And with that said, I'll pass over to you.
Cool, thank you so much. Well, it's a privilege for me to be here as well. As you probably know, I'm still, I guess, one of the younger people maybe involved in this, but it is a privilege, and I feel like I've got some. There we go. We've got some recording going on. That's
Sorry,
good to
Josh.
know. And I feel like as well, maybe being one of the younger people, I'll hopefully have some different things to say. I can't see very many people on my screen, but I know there's a lot of people here. But I'm assuming we probably have some educators, probably some people just performing for fun, some people that are maybe building up and trying to get better, maybe looking at music long term, going both into performance and into teaching. So I'm hoping that this will somehow encapsulate a bit of everything. I did a fair bit of preparation for this, and one of the things that I thought might be helpful is to make a website with the information so we can use that to kind of go through as we do it, and then for you afterwards to go back and have a look. So there will be some resources there. You can look at them while I'm talking, particularly if I get boring or anything like that. But otherwise, don't worry about spending too much time on them, except if I'm talking about it, because you can come back and look afterwards. And also you can get in touch with me at any time just to ask what it was I said. So what I'll try and do, if I could ask for the screen sharing, Jamie, that would be great. And while you do that, I will post the link to the website so you can follow along as well. So, okay, so that in theory should be the link.
You should be able to share your screen now, Josh.
Okay, let's give it a try. Yep, there we go. So we have that. And we are looking for the screen. I will just do this, yep. So it'll be, I think, sharing my whole screen. Great, so what I'm hoping people can see is a website. Can
Yes.
we see that? Yep,
Yep.
Awesome. Good, that's hopefully the most of the big scary technology side of things done. The rest should hopefully be a bit more straightforward. So let me know if the link doesn't work, the one that I posted in the chat. Otherwise, you'll be able to come back afterwards or follow along at your own speed if you like. Try not to skip ahead, although of course you can. So I'd like to do my own thank you to Skunkworks Productions and all of the sponsors for making this masterclass possible. It really is a huge endeavor, and just the long list of people supporting this, I can only imagine how many hours must have gone into preparing it. And also thank you to everyone that came and joined. As I said, I put a fair bit of time into this, but it was really worthwhile knowing that people would actually be looking at it. So that's really good too. Thanks for the chat. I'll try and keep an eye on the chat, but if I don't, then just kind of maybe Jamie, let me know.
Yeah, I'll let you know, Josh. Don't worry about the chat. I've got you covered, mate. It's all good.
Perfect, thank you. Basically what we're going to look at is a fair few things, and the topic of today is routines and practice routines. We will of course look at other stuff because music is very involved. There's lots of things from all sides, and it's not only what we do but how we do it, and you'll probably hear me reiterate that a lot of the time. But we're going to start with introduction, what is routine, and what do we include in the routine. We've then, after getting the what, we say how to structure it, and I'll give some specific examples. And I've, again, not being sure of who's here, you'll see that I've got kind of a beginner's level example, and then someone maybe a bit more intermediate, someone maybe a bit more advanced. These are very generic terms. If you feel like you don't fit into the category that maybe if you're playing and you say this feels like me but the category says beginning, don't worry, you're probably actually more advanced than that. It's just one way to categorize it. I then look at a couple of other things. There's circular competence. I don't actually know what that's called legitimately, but that's what I call it, and we'll get to that. Technology, and then a bit more. There is questions at the end. Hopefully we'll have time for that. But also something not listed. I'll try and maybe halfway through give a minute's break so that you can get a refreshing break from my voice and stand up and have a stretch. But right now we'll get into it. So I wanted to just have a general look at what a routine is. And by the way, if I'm looking that way, there's another computer to help me, so don't feel offended. What a routine is, and so I thought best place to start is with a dictionary definition. And so I found it interesting that as a noun, apparently it's a sequence of actions regularly followed, but as an adjective, it's performed as part of regular procedure rather than for special reason. So you're doing something just out of routine checkups. And I thought one of these works for us, the other does not. So what I think is that a routine should be a personalized system, and it should help us maintain the most important parts of the practice. That's the first thing. Should improve what you're specifically working on, and I use that wording intentionally. If you're not specific, then it probably won't improve. And you should remove any sounds or physical actions that are unhelpful. So we kind of, my partner's in lean manufacturing, and one of their things is start, stop, and continue. And that's kind of what we want to do when we practice and when we build our routine. We want to be making it so that our actions that we're doing, we don't even need to think, what do I need to start, what do I need to stop? It's part of the whole process. So that's kind of what I'll be talking a bit more about. And I think we should be following it regularly, though it should not be thoughtless. The next thing to look at is what our aim is. Because if you don't know where you're heading, you probably won't get there. To be able to perform is what I think we should be looking towards. We don't just practice to get better, although we do. We don't just practice to have fun, although I certainly do, particularly if it's band rehearsals or something like that. But we do practice to improve. So I think everything that I'll talk about hopefully should be aimed at getting better. And if you're ever doing something, even if it's something I suggest, and you're not getting better, but you've been trying it for a while, always worth trying something different. You can't be surrounded by bricks always, so if you head in a new direction, you might find your path through. So we look at what to include in a practice routine. And I decided to give some definite terms and some specifics here because I want this to be really practical. So often we get advice and it's nice to think about, but you go away and you start playing your instrument and a week later, you're not really thinking about what it was before because it doesn't apply practically. But this is something that you can actually sit down and prepare, or you can just use yourself. So I thought what should be included? It should be technique maintenance. Now this is stuff like how to produce a sound, how to control airflow, how to play in tune, how to play high, how to build embouchure strength. Or actually not how to build, but working on maintaining embouchure strength. So these kind of things, yes, they are technique, but when people think of technique, usually they think scales, they think arpeggios. I think of technique as abilities to basically produce the instrument. How do we make the instrument work? So this is kind of the physicalities. This is the breathing. This is the blowing, all the nuts and bolts that we actually do. We then, I'll come back to the note underneath. We then get to pattern proficiency. Now this is something separate to technique. This isn't producing a sound. This is, can we reproduce patterns? So things like scales, things like arpeggios, things like rhythm patterns. If I had to, there's a piece that I played in band about maybe 10 years ago that had a pattern that went da 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 da. And if I wanted to physically keep repeating that, that was a pattern. It wasn't just a once-off. And you often find others. If anyone knows the Philip Spark piece, Hymn of the Highlands, there's a really tricky rhythm in there. I think it's it's something like that, something quite technical. And if you want to get your tongue moving, you need to be able to recycle that pattern. There's other things like trills, multiple tonguing, harmonic slows, the things that move fast, but they're really one thing done over and over again. So that's what we build as well, physical things like that. We've got learning new materials. So practice routine sounds like you're doing the same thing all the time, but if you don't plan to improve, you'll never improve. So this is things that maybe learning new pieces or excerpts since I'm orchestral background. If you don't know all your scales, learning a new scale pattern is no longer pattern proficiency, it's learning a new thing. So categorize them differently and you'll actually find that they respond differently. Or things like flutter tonguing, multiple tonguing, grace notes, all these kind of things that you might not be able to do when you start playing. And then we have the final category, which is improving what you can already do. And again, if you don't think about this specifically, what's the likelihood that you're actually going to improve what you do? Maybe you'll get better. Repetition sometimes does do that. But there's a lot of people who have been playing for 30, 40 years, and they might not have actually improved in the last 20 of those, for example. And the reason isn't just because it's difficult to improve, it's because they haven't actually planned and structured and envisaged themselves improving. So I find if you actually put that into a routine, then you can build much more. Now on this, again, when you come to look back later, if you do, or now, I wanted to point out that there's a note. And this is kind of regarding the discussion, and this is something I'll maybe come back to later when we take our short break to think about. And it's a question, really. The question is, do we want to sound good in the practice room? Now, I don't know if everyone's thought about this before, or if you haven't, and if you think you've got the perfect answer. I thought for a while, everyone's just trying to sound good and they're not actually practicing what they need to work on. So we should sound bad in the practice room, right? That makes some sense. But I then looked at this kind of the four categories and thought, well, should it actually sound bad or should it sound good? And I talk about habits later, and the idea that if you don't practice doing something, then you won't end up doing it. And there's definitely things like learning new material. We're probably going to sound bad when we do that. We can't do things yet. If you can't slur fast, for example, and you try and make it sound good, then it's not actually going to get fast. You'll be able to rigidly move from one harmonic to the next, but you'll never be able to flick through the harmonics. Like that. It's going to sound bad until it sounds good. But technique maintenance, producing a sound, should this ever sound bad? I don't think so. It should be a simple action that you can reproduce over and over again. Okay, I'm going to try, I've got a schedule here that I'm going to try to stick to, see how I'm going. Well, vaguely on time. Okay. If there's any questions at any point, just put it in the chat. It is there. I'll keep referring it to it. And if anything happens technically, just let me know. But so far, we've had good luck with this, I think. Moving on, I wanted to give some examples of practice charts. So these are really helpful things. I've got some here, and if you click on them afterwards, then you can download them to use. So I thought, okay, specifics, we want to be practical. What do we include in our routines? You've got them listed out there, and I just thought I'd point out, so people, particularly coming through university, we had some general topics that we looked at, and tonguing was one of them, flexibility was one of them, maybe scales was one of them, maybe some high playing, but they were very broad. And I realized each one of those has a subcategory, and if I work on that specifically, then I can actually improve it rather than working generally on tonguing, which I personally struggled with for a lot of time, getting it faster or getting it really clean. I felt like I had quite fluffy, quite slow tongue, and possibly still have a fluffier, slower tongue than I'd like. But I worked out there was a couple of different things. Single note articulations, I won't go through all of them at this speed, but single note articulations, that's the ability to just go bop, bop, bop. Now that ties very closely to note production, but it's not, because you've got tonguing, you might have different styles. You might have a tenuto, ba, or you might have a really sharp, short note. You might have really exciting sound. You might have a very warm, rich sound, ba. Being able to start a single note. Now that's quite different to repeated notes where you have to go da 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 da, both in terms of what your tongue's doing, what your air's doing, all these kind of things. So you'll see that I've put them quite specific, and I encourage everyone here to kind of think about which areas out of these that they find difficult. And if you're not sure, try it. Think hard and subtle articulations. I don't know. I don't really practice hard or subtle articulations. And again, that will mean da, da with a very strong tongue, or da, da, kind of a warmer sound, a warm beginning. In terms of brass band, which is my background, you might have marches, which are very clean and hard, or hymns, which are very subtle and soft. So if you're not sure whether you find them difficult or not, give it a try and see which ones you need to work on. This will kind of aim to teach us what we need to improve on, and also, if it's fine, what we just need to maintain. So look through all of those, you'll see there's lots of stuff. And not everyone wants to do the same as me. We've also got wind players, I believe. Hello to all those, and apologies if anything is more centered on brass, but I think music is music, and wind actually, my general thoughts on this is that if anyone asks about sound, they're asking about air. If someone says, you know, that you need to just play really fast air to get a higher note, I say, yes, if you want it to sound really bright, but there are other ways to get higher. And I think it's probably the same with woodwind, that the quality of air results in the quality of sound. And if you change the air, if you use more air, you get more sound. Yeah. Yes, lower notes sometimes on brass need more air to fill it out, but they also sometimes need slower air, which makes a warmer sound. Or if you want a really sizzling, bright, lower sound, if you feel like it's really kind of dull, try faster air. So that's why I thought that I kind of talk about all this different stuff. Yeah, I see some people doing a bit of the cold air and the warm air. You can try that. It's again a side topic rather than routine, but again, just think, replace the word sound with the word air, and with any question, try it, and you might be interested to see the results. If I want less sound, do I use less air? Maybe, but keep it flowing, all these things. Anyway, come back to the topic. I've also got a blank practice chart and put on this just Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. And this is where on the left-hand column, you can put in whatever you're working on. Now we'll see later, this isn't just technique. This should include things like pieces, things like etudes, a whole host of things. You could even put thinking about your instrument on there if you wanted. That would, whatever you do, whether some people do visualizations, put it there, and then you can kind of keep track of it, because if we're recording something, we can improve on it, and we can really be thoughtful and make it work for us. If we're not, it's very easy for it to get forgotten. And I also talk about intentional practice. And for me personally, I'm much more intentional if I'm very clear about what I'm working on. So you've got this to take away, and a few other versions. Make them work for you. If it doesn't, then don't bother downloading it. I've got one that just records how much you practice. And for particularly younger players, if they're playing 30 minutes, I don't want to encourage them to practice 2 hours, so I've just got a more. But if they're playing 30 minutes every day, that is more than enough for a young person to improve. For someone that's been playing already for 25 years or something like that, if I'm playing 30 minutes each day, then I may not improve, I may maintain, or I may go backwards, whichever way you look at it. But again, it comes to the quality, not the time. We've got some other versions. So again, slightly more increments. And again, the days of the week. That way you can actually do this and look at it. Sometimes I don't like to think about time at all. And we'll come back to this later. I'm again looking at the time, making sure I don't run out of time to come back to everything. We're okay. We're okay. So I will later talk about segmenting our practice. The fact that we don't want to do it all in one big block. Now that kind of encourages this idea, and you can extend this. I put, have I done my warm-up? Have I done a first practice session? Have I done a second practice session? Have I done more? And you can include rehearsals in this as well if you want. If you decide that actually a 15-minute practice block works best for you, and you'll see why that might actually be the case even if it doesn't feel good, then you might need more than the 3 sessions. You might need 6. Just make it for your own. We've got one, I won't spend too much more time on all of these. This one is the one that I kind of have personally been using, and I find it really interesting. I get different colored pens, and when I've got rehearsals, I do it in one color, practice, I do another. All these kind of things to keep track of it, and you actually see how often you perform if you're someone like me, on average once or twice a week to a live audience, not currently, unfortunately. But anyway, have a look through these, and then one more chart which is I've listed as excerpts, but you can do for pieces or exams. And this is a way to really work out how am I going to prepare something. So this is more of the structuring side rather than the, what do I put into routine. This is how do I structure it. And we think, okay, so let's say we had a list of 5 pieces that you're playing for brass band competition, right? You might say with them, have I listened to the piece before? Have I practiced it by myself and got it sounding good? Have then recorded myself playing it? Or if you're someone maybe a bit younger or less sure, you can perform it first and then record it later to get feedback. And after you record it, you then need to go back and polish it. You then do whichever you haven't, record or perform. And then again, you're going to find things that didn't work, you'll need to polish. And I find after that point, you'll be pretty much audition ready, pretty much performance ready. So this is again ways where we can look at it and say, yes, we can get much closer to the goal by just kind of playing and going through the motions. But if we're a little more thoughtful about it, then we'll actually make much more progress. And this is a way to say, am I prepared? And particularly if you're someone that gets nervous, you look at all the ticks, everything you've done to prepare, and you say, yep, I'm ready, I'm feeling pretty good. So that's a whole lot of charts that you can take away, print off and use yourself. We now have, I'll leave the conclusions till later. We now have how to structure practice. So we've worked out what we put into our practice basically. And again, I didn't go super deep into it, but hopefully you'll be able to look at particularly the list of techniques, and also I give examples. So that's what to practice. Now, how to practice it. And to do this, I quite like reading books about the brain and about psychology, just because I feel like our brain runs us whether or not we want it to. And so the more you know, the more power you have over how to use it. So these books or topics, one of them's a YouTube video, talk about a few different things. We'll start with The Talent Code by Daniel Coyle, which is a very good book. And all of these talk about many things, but the one thing in this book that I really liked was it really made public this idea of myelin. Now, for those that don't know this, myelin is I'm not a scientist, by the way, so if I get anything wrong, this is an approximation, but it kind of works. So myelin, the way to think about it is if you had an electrical cable, myelin is the insulation around it. It makes the path go really direct, and we don't get as much loss of electricity, or in our brain's case, energy. So what we need for music is to be able to do a pattern or process over and over again with the same habit. So this might be playing a C major scale. We start, we go through, and it's going through the same, I guess, the same neural pathways. We're thinking the same thing each time we go. Now, the more you practice this, the stronger the myelin is going to get. So, for example, if we practice C major scale and we made a whole lot of mistakes, that's not going down the exact same pathway each time. It's creating one here, one here, one here, and each one of those is being reinforced because we have no choice as to whether we get it enforced or not. You can't exactly do something, get it wrong and say, no, don't encode that one. It all gets encoded equally. Although if you're using intentional practice, that does seem to help strengthen it. Or maybe it just means you're going exactly the same path, so the next time you go the exact same path again. So this myelin, one of the reasons why I find it really interesting and I think it's really important is because it builds ease, speed, and consistency. These are three things we need when playing music. And of course, I try and perform to a professional level because I'm paid to. Also because I want to. I should enforce that. I love music, kind of addicted, but aren't we all? But if we can get it sounding better, easier, more consistent, then that's exactly what we want to be doing. So the next page that I have, I'm going to just make it a little bit bigger. And if you're interested, I've left Dr. Molly Gebrian's name there. She's got a whole series of talks on practicing the brain. And this, I want to explain it. So it's basically looking at random practice versus blocked practice, this particular talk. And again, I'm not a scientist or psychologist or anything like that, but my understanding is that this was done with, I think, cricketers or baseball players. And they were all kind of started the same. You can see at the left-hand side of this chart. And then some were tested or thrown, not really tested, but they were thrown different balls. So they didn't know what kind of ball they were getting, whether it was a curveball, whether it was fast. That's basically where my baseball knowledge ends, but you get the point, right? Another one practiced only curveballs and then only fastballs and then only the rest of them, each in a block. And what they found, you can see here, we've got two lines. The top triangles, those are the ones that are in blocked, you can see. Block practice, so the same thing over and over again, same thing over and over again. And the bottom one, the black squares, well, they were the ones that didn't quite know what they were getting at the time. And when we practiced, we had those ones, the people in blocked were doing better. That kind of accounts to us practicing something over and over again, spending a whole practice session, playing a piece, really refining it, getting it sounding good. I'm sure we've had this experience. You then go to perform it or play it at band rehearsal, and what happens? We don't feel like we can play. We've got a whole lot of sounds going on around us. We're no longer just working with our part, we're trying to fit it in. This is the performance version of it. So that shows in the study that actually those who had practiced the random balls, they didn't know what was coming at them, they did much better in the actual performance, the test. So that encourages for us to kind of think, not only just working specifically on one thing for a whole long time and thinking, great, I can do it, I'll be able to do it again in rehearsal. It actually looks and says, we can't exactly trick ourselves unless you got maybe an app or something like that that says, now you got to play this, now you got to play this, now you got to play this. If it exists, I'm sure it'd be great, you can do it for yourself. But what we can do is we can structure our practice to go between things. So this is, for example, maybe if I practice scales and then I go into practicing a bit of a piece and then I work on my note production and then I kind of do a little bit of high register and then I go back to note production because I want to, and then I go to, long notes. Something like this. That would be an example of how changing up and never really feeling like I'm properly polishing, but while I'm working on it, I'm very focused. I'm trying to get that pathway to go down the exact same path each time, right? I want every time I play that piece, maybe I'm only working on 10 seconds or 3 lines worth of the music. Each time I play it, I want it to be exactly the same time to really build the myelin down the same path. But then I move on to something else and move on to something else. And this changing and this lack of rigidity really means that when we get to performance, it becomes much more successful. And that, if we go back to our aim of what practice should be, is the goal, to be able to perform better, not to be able to practice better. Now, if you're doing recordings, that's different. That's kind of in a block, right? So you can do that. And there's another part of the study she talks about where if you don't know something, you can kind of practice it blocked first, spend a whole hour practicing the same thing, and then maybe a month later or a week later, you're only practicing, 20 minutes, then something else. And then eventually you might break it up once you've learnt it. You can try that as well. But this is very interesting, and I'll probably come back to this a little bit as well. This is a quick one. I really like this book. Also, I'm not endorsed by any one of these that I'm saying, just in case you're wondering. I really like this book because I like sleep. We've just had daylight saving time here, so I have been ignoring it so far. I just slept an hour longer. Well, I slept the same amount of time my clock said I slept an hour longer. But I wanted to put this in because the studies show, and this is with various different things, that doing an extra hour practice after you've already done practice in the morning, and not that we all do this, but doing an extra hour practice after having done it in the morning actually is less productive, and we recall less than doing an hour practice and then not doing the second session but sleeping for that hour. So this is just an important call. Again, I'm one of the younger, maybe I'm not, but I might be one of the younger people talking on this. Actually, everyone's young anyway. But the new age thing is to really look at mental health and also physical health and just how our body's doing. And I just wanted to kind of point that out. In our practice, we should be as healthy as we can. And also, if you have the opportunity to, and not everyone does, it's good to be healthy with our life. So don't push yourself and do the extra practice, because our brain and our body can't take it in always if we don't get enough sleep. And they say it should be at least 8 hours. So good luck with that. I really believe it's important, because if I've got a scattered mind, I've got scattered practice, that my isn't getting the same path each time. This book, The Power of Habit, this was really enlightening to me. I had read lots of different books, talked to lots of people about things about the brain, and everything kind of made sense in its own category until I came across this and worked out we are creatures of habits. We can't really, we can't override our habits, but we can create new habits. And this kind of got me thinking that if I'm a creature of habit and I haven't done something yet, how am I expecting to do it? So when it comes to structuring your practice, this is kind of looking at what is the 10% that you do in performances, or you try and do in performances, that you don't do in your practice, and why don't we do it in our practice? So with this, I want to set kind of a little challenge that you maybe, as part of your practice, let's say once a week, if you practice multiple times in a week, or if you maybe practice, twice a week, something like that, then maybe once every month, something like that, record yourself and don't worry so much about how you're playing, but focus on what am I thinking about. Now, the reason for this is because when I'm performing personally, I found that a lot of the time I had these cues going through. I had things like, keep the tongue forward. I had, don't split this note or something like that. Or this is an A, it needs to be slightly flatter. I had all these things going through my mind, all these cues on how to play well. Reading this book, I realized that maybe part of the reason why I was getting so nervous, or why I wasn't having as much success in performance, was because I was trying to curate my performance on the spot. And I'm not very good at doing that, particularly when my ability to think of lots of things is less, and that's what happens when you perform. Your brain's so I guess overwhelmed with the experience. They say we can remember 5 to 7 things, I think, or 5 plus or minus 2 at any given time. Again, I'm not a scientist, I'm probably botching this up, but you get the point. In performance, let's say 3 of those are already taken. How do I look? What do I sound like? Where am I? What's for dinner? That's the 4th one. So basically, I didn't have the capacity to put those things into my performance, that extra 10% that I was trying. So I end up just failing basically and sounding
I
bad.
don't know how long this goes for.
I think someone might be not on mute. So what I realize is that if you record yourself and you focus on what are you thinking about, then, and let's say you write them down afterwards, you've then got a list of what you need to add into your practice, right? You can then, when you structure in that blank sheet, what am I going to work on? You'll say, I'm going to work on these things. I said to myself, I need to work on smoother articulations. Let's practice that. I need to work on, oh, quick, low register coming up. I need to work on my low register. So this particular one is basically just to encourage you, work out what you're trying to get that extra 10% in performance and practice it, because it won't come in performance. Hopefully it does, but it probably won't. Anyway, on to the last one of these little sections, and then we might take a little break, get a brain stretch, get a leg stretch, get a drink of water. This is an interesting book that looks at brain plasticity and how brain changes, and it's really interesting from many different points of view. But the one takeaway that I got from this, well, I got many, that I want to share with you anyway, is that there's this term that neurons that fire together, wire together. And this is kind of our associations. This is things like why people might feel, if you're, for example, scared of dogs, which I'm not, I love dogs, and you see a dog and you maybe had a bad experience, you feel that same overwhelming feeling because we're creatures of association. It's also goes along with that myelin and the path, and it's kind of associated in there. So the reason I thought that this is important is because when we're practicing, we want the neurons to fire together that are appropriate. So if I've got, let's say I'm practicing 10 minutes worth of material and I'm kind of going through it and working on my way through it, those are many different moments along the way, and I'm not refining one specific moment. So I wanted to put this here to encourage repetition. And when we're doing our practice, even if it's something like technique, even if it's a scale, to be doing that and maybe work in, it sounds crazy, but 10-second blocks. So instead of doing 1 minute and then repeating that 1 minute 3 times, that's 3 minutes. If we did a 10-second block, we'd be able to get 3 of them and repeat them the same amount of times, but get many more iterations of the same thing going on over and over again, really working out how to get those neurons firing at the same time. If they're 1 minute later, they're not firing at the same time, we can't really build that habit of what the fingering for C sharp minor scale is, for example. So there's many things in all these books or studies that have been done, but that's what I thought would be worth sharing, just kind of these few. And I've just got some conclusions that if you come back to, you're like, now what on earth was he going on about when he was talking about all this crazy stuff? And the quick takeaways: talent code. Building myelin requires effortful practice. So that's the same focus so that you can go down the same path. And this necessitates shorter but more intense sessions, because you can't go down the exact same path of doing the same thing over and over again if you don't, basically if you spend, let's say 30 minutes, you're not going to have done the same thing over and over again. The second one, random practice. It shows that we should segment our practice into different sessions. Yep. And maybe going between technique and pieces, or just different things altogether. So when you structure it, maybe don't do the same thing each time, or kind of find a routine and then change that with a different routine, change it up with a different routine. This time away makes it much more ingrained. The same way that bodybuilders, it's the time where they rest that their body builds stronger. It's the same with our practice. Matthew Walker in his book, Why We Sleep, well, he tells us that we can improve more from sleeping after practice than practicing again, so I like that. And habits, well, they mean that we can't expect the extra 10% to come in performance. We do need to practice it, otherwise our body or our habits, it'll just do what we've done before. We can create new habits, but it's very difficult to do that while performing and trying to recreate the same thing you played in the practice room. So practice what you want to perform. And the last thing, neurons that fire together, wire together. And this indicates that, I've got a screen here. If we want to make a change, in our brain and improve faster, we need shorter exercises or pieces to be practiced in smaller sessions. Otherwise, there'll be many different moments and the neurons won't be firing together. You won't create that really strong habit. The myelin won't be there. So hopefully you can see how these all kind of grouped. I'll take just maybe a moment to kind of leave these. You can click through. I've got them here and I might talk about a few of them, but if you're on the website, you should in theory be able to download it. It'll pop up a new screen. And these are some examples. You can try them. You can give them to friends. If you teach, you can give them to students and see what they think of them. And I don't believe there's anything that should be a copyright issue because it's all from books that I've written or exercises that I've done. And there's also at the top here a free thing again. I don't think I'm actually technically sponsored by Yamaha, but they invited me to do a warm-up session, so that's there as well, which is free. You can click on that. So we'll take maybe just 30 seconds so I can get a drink, and a good chance for you to get a drink as well, stretch your legs. And on that, I'll leave you with the question that I posed earlier while we take a break. Should you sound good in the practice room? And I think hopefully you should know the answer now because it's a mixed one, but take a second to stretch your legs, remind your body that you're still alive.
Thanks, Josh. I think it's a really good time now. Also, if you have any questions, there was a lot of information in that first session. If you have any questions, put them into the chat, and we'll do our best to get through those questions. So,
yep, exactly. Yeah, we don't have any questions yet. It might be because I'm clear, or it might be because I'm overwhelming people.
Oh, you're totally clear, Josh. Totally clear.
Thanks, mate.
Yeah, all good. We've got your back.
Yeah, and this, I don't know if it'll be up indefinitely, but for at least the next month or so, I'll leave this here so you can kind of, at any time, come back to the page, find stuff.
There has been a few comments about whether this will be available after the fact. Yes, it will. Currently, we're live streaming this whole masterclass, and it will be available on a YouTube channel, Skunkworks Productions Media, or Skunkworks Media, and also on our website. So, if you need to go have dinner, has a brink, Harrison, we're streaming this through brassband.com.
Okay, so while people are returning to their positions, I'll just kind of quickly click through so you don't, if you're not on the website, you're not missing out. So just some basic routines, and we can see it's using the idea of not spending your whole practice time working on one thing, but this is a very, I guess, extreme example, but this is something that I do use for some of my students, and I will confess I use it myself, particularly if I've got a day that I want multiple sessions. I've been known to spend up to 12 hours at a workplace just practicing on and off because I enjoy what I do. And if I'm doing that, I might start with something as simple as this because I know I'm going to come back and do 5, 6, 7, 8 different sessions, all a very short amount of time so that I can play throughout the day, because for me, sometimes that's what I want to be able to do or sometimes need to. So the warm-up is just a few bars long, but you can repeat it, and in fact you should. If you're not feeling warmed up and you've played those 3 lines, then try again. If after doing 5 or 6 times you're not feeling any progress, then change your thinking. Come back and think, okay, what's not working? And at the end of the website, down the bottom, there is a link on warm-ups, and that can be your cue to what needs to warm up. So you'll find that down there. We've then got tone exercises, and this is a very simple one that I like to do. It's basically long notes. With all of our long notes and tone, the most important part is brain. So if you're playing and you're not thinking, then try maybe writing down some cues. I think I got someone making
Sorry,
some coffee sounds.
someone's off mute. Sorry, if you could just mute if you're buzzing on your mouthpiece, which is wonderful. But if you could just mute, that would be great. Thanks.
Exactly. This is probably a good opportunity. I do apologize that there's not so much playing, but I thought, what can I contribute? I can contribute the information and the examples to take away. But hopefully I will see people again in some future setting where we can play to our heart's content. We've then got articulation, and this is looking at all of those different parts we talked about with our practice. We've got beginning notes, we've got repeated notes. This is probably working more on repeated notes. There's no scalic notes, there's no large intervals because we're working at a beginner level. But you should still find, and I have found for myself and for my students, that by practicing something so simple, our brain automatically listens for all the nuance and details that we usually let go by. If you don't have the question of, was I playing the right notes, or was it sounding good, or did it sound passable? If they never occur because the music's so simple, what do we start thinking about then? Well, what's my body doing? What's my air doing? If I'm repeating it 5 times, then it's just da 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 da. If I'm repeating that 5 times, it's going to get very boring if I don't start thinking about, what does my note sound like? Is that what I want to sound like? What's my tongue doing? Could it be more efficient? All these kind of simple questions. And then we just end with a simple slurring exercise. And again, the simple stuff, even if we're playing it as a beginner, should still be making us improve if we're focusing on the right things.
Justine Myers, I hope that answers your question.
Great. So we've got a few more. I won't spend this long on them, but you'll be able to see, even though it's beginner, we've got a few more things. If you see semiquavers and you're a beginner, first thing is look at the tempo and notice it's not so fast. And the second, everything should be just taken at the most appropriate tempo for you. And the reason I often write faster stuff for myself is to think about, how does my air flow? Not so much how fast do my fingers move, because these are something that you should be probably sounding good on in the practice room rather than sounding bad on in the practice room, because we're not necessarily improving. We've again got long notes in different formats. We've got some scales, we've got some articulations, we've got some more slurs. They keep going. The intermediate ones aren't so different. We might have more music. I've included the Chickowitz expanding pattern. For those that don't know it, this is, let's just say, probably the exercise that my previous girlfriends have liked the least, because apparently it sounds quite annoying and I practice it every day, but it's very helpful. We have a series of major scales, very simple, but if you've got them all written there, you might find that you actually play them all. For me, F sharp major, G major, C sharp major, C major. They are just as easy or difficult as each other. And actually, usually I prefer the keys that I didn't start with because I have less early habits ingrained now. So you should make them as familiar as each other. And the same with arpeggios. This is quite a simple idea, just writing everything out. But by going through it, you'll be able to do more than just get the recognition of fingers, although that should build. You'll be able to use all the other stuff. Think about how you're producing sounds, what your tone quality is like throughout. And again, just some flexibility. Quite simple. You'll notice it doesn't go too high, appropriate for someone that's maybe more intermediate or been playing for a couple of years rather than a beginner. We've then got some advanced stuff. And again, I say advanced with a grain of salt. This is stuff that I do practice and do give to some more advanced students. But I think if a beginner was to practice them, they wouldn't be doing damage. They just have certain things they wouldn't be able to do. And if a professional was to be playing something even as simple as this, they would probably, as I do, find use out of it. Now, I put buzzing on the lips. For those that aren't aware of free buzzing or lip buzzing, or think it's bad, I'm not here to argue against you, only to say that I, once upon a time, didn't do any free buzzing until I basically, for me, the trigger was that as I went higher, I got flat. And I kind of learned that that was because I was using more of my air to get higher, which is usually a good thing. But then when I got nervous, my air stopped flowing because of physical reactions, and I had nothing left. So I thought, let's address this because I was playing soprano cornet. And I realized that I need to strengthen my face. And I'm personally not a big fan of the whole hold a pencil between your lips or these kind of stuck motion building. Now, if you do this to find help, then that's wonderful. But for me, I like to think, what am I doing in the performance? What am I doing in the real world? And I try and incorporate that into the practice. And so I found that free buzzing, moving through, is a good way to do that. One disclosure for high instruments, then please be aware that often people buzz an octave lower on trumpet. So if I was to be playing, oh, I wasn't going to do any playing, but now my trumpet's here. If I was to be playing an A in the stave, I wouldn't be trying to go, even though that's the frequency. If I look at the tuner, it tells me I'm playing the same frequency. I would be buzzing an octave lower. So that's something to notice. You don't need to be squishing your lips together. Again, sorry for all those woodwind players. But maybe an example to talk about when you're doing stuff and it does seem high, you can try practicing down lower. And eventually, anyway, we'll keep moving on. But chromatic runs, they should be self-explanatory. Remember, all technique has occurred in music. These chromatic scales look like pure technique. I'm sure particularly if you looked at violin pieces, they would have something similar to this. And even in brass and woodwind music, these exist. So do play them musically, because if you don't practice it, then you won't be able to perform it that way. If you play chromatics and you just go and it doesn't sound beautiful, you get to performance, you expect that 10% of flowing smoothness and it won't be there. So practice all these techniques with a real idea of beauty. We've got diminished arpeggios, some just high register stuff. For woodwind, maybe it's not so high, but for trumpet, gets up there. So there's that. And then just one final thing on these, I decided to give a different example. Now, routines aren't always written down piece of music. Sometimes they're from different books, or you can just, for ages, my routines were basically like this. I said, what am I going to work on? I just wrote it on a piece of paper and played it from memory because my teachers had kind of worked through it with me. So I thought, let's give an example of that. And it's focused on some stuff that's not written down. So we've got breathing. There are many different ways to practice breathing, but these are some examples. You kind of put a metronome on and you might breathe in for 4 counts, out for 4 counts, in for 5 counts, out for 3, and change the metronome speed as you like, and you get a whole lot of variations. And with all of these, I've tried to give 2 different examples. And this is again to show that we shouldn't just be doing the same thing over and over again, because actually this interleaved practice, this different stuff, never quite knowing physically what we're going to do because we haven't done it over and over again, we kind of change between this and that and this and that. It might feel slightly worse in the practice room, but if you try it, particularly if you try it for a while, I'm sure you'll find that in performance, you'll actually be much more consistent and feel much more confident. So you can alternate between these. You can write 5 different ones between them, go between it. So each time you're buzzing, you might be working on different things you're buzzing. When you're doing your warm-up, you might be doing long tones, might be doing lip bends. Now, for those that don't know lip bends, again, I think actually a saxophone player friend of mine could do altissimo, and that seemed like the closest to lip bends. But that would be something like, I'm not sure what the sound quality is on the computer, but that's an example of some sort anyway.
Good from here, Josh.
Good to know.
Yeah, it's good.
Thank you. Oh, I love the praise. It's so nice. I haven't been able to play something play for people for weeks and weeks. So if there's anything in here that you're not sure of and you want to copy this or give this a try, just Google it. For example, Guggenberger's Basics Plus is not particularly common knowledge, but it's a fun book, and the pattern in there basically goes. So if you've heard that before, that's Guggenberger's Basics Plus one. Okay, we spent a fair bit of time looking at specific examples, so I will try and move on to some more concepts. So this I stole, or I guess I borrowed. Oh, I think I have some people not on mute.
Sorry, I'm just trying to find them, Josh.
All good. Trying to take over my talk.
There's a lot of people. There's 88 people here at the moment.
Welcome. It's really nice. Okay, so this idea I've called the circle of competence, but I've basically borrowed it from Tom Hooton, who's the principal member of the New York, not New York, that's wrong, Los Angeles Philharmonic. I don't know what I was on about. I would change the and he talks about building what you already do rather than working on the difficult things. So the way that he kind of talks about this, and I've done my own paint version of this, we've got a target, right? Imagine a target that we get bow and arrow, try and shoot in the middle. If we put some techniques on there, that looks kind of like this. Now, this is not a researched idea of what is most fundamental or most extreme. And in fact, people probably play E-flat trumpet or piccolo trumpet earlier and find it helpful. Others don't, stuff like this. But I thought, okay, what do I consider probably some of the most fundamental things, some of the things that when we're beginning, we should be working on, or if we've been taking time off playing, you know, maybe over Christmas, or if you have someone that's played and then stopped for, I've got a friend that stopped for about 10 years and then came back to playing. What do I want to work on at this point? They're the things closer to the center. So we've got tone production, good sound, steady air. This is something a lot of people forget about, but if you remember, the sound is the air. If you've got a steady air, you've got steady sound, which is almost always a good thing. We've got intonation, we've got flexibility, functional high register. Now this is an extreme, this is basically catered to each of us. If I've only been playing for 6 weeks, a functional high register is up to a C in the stave, maybe up to an A in the stave on trumpet. So take it as it is. Don't think it's a fixed thing. Functional high registers not up to a high E, because at some point you might have to play up there. So what most people do, they, I guess not their own fault, music's out there, they practice a whole lot of different things, and it looks like this. It looks splotchy. You've got a bit of articulation, a bit of tone production, a bit of high register or trumpet sonatas. Maybe, like me, you found out about circular breathing. It's quite fun. Try it with a straw in a glass of water. You've got some concertos, extreme high register, because what trumpet player doesn't like that? And you basically end up with a splotchy technique that means that when you come to new pieces, you fumble here, you fumble there, you're not sure what's going to work. And overall, you can't really build, yeah? You try and get better in certain things, but you find you've just kind of hit this ceiling and it's not getting better. That's because it's really difficult to improve on any one of those ideas and make any meaningful impact to our overall playing. So what we should be looking at is this. The idea is to go slow, to go fast. Now, if you're someone that practices all these different things all the time, you've said on my list, I'm going to practice lip trills, I'm going to practice piccolo trumpet, I'm going to practice 4-octave scales, then maybe you can make that work. But if you can't do steady air, the chances of getting a really solid 4-octave scale is not so strong. Yeah, if you have no functional high register, it's just here or there, maybe you die after about 3 minutes, then it's worth working on good sound, good tone production, steady air, and rhythm's just outside of that, but rhythm is super important, not only for those people we're trying to play with, or those people listening to us, but for our air and tongue coordination. Now, what I mean by this is when we start a note, particularly on brass, we should be starting with air because we want to start with sound, right? If your tongue is the thing starting it, so imagine this is my teeth, this is the roof of my mouth. If I'm going da, that's not really going to produce the most toneful sound, and it's not going to be particularly good for our body either, because we've got all this built up tension, and all this time that we're kind of waiting to release, all this tension is building up. And if you play like I do for hours a day, then you'll find that you're actually wearing yourself down unnecessarily without playing. So instead, we get the air going, and we add the tongue right at the beginning. So that's what I mean when I talk about air and tongue synchronization. And if you ever want to practice this, start with air alone, and then just add in the tongue afterwards, and then take out the tongue, add in the tongue. So you go between basically who, to, and you can try this. This can be note starts in that list, yeah? And then what you do is you work out, where do I synchronize the tongue? Where do I need to place that in terms of rhythm to get the sound to start with a da rather than a da that bumps really hard, or a ta where it doesn't start right on time. Anyway, I digress. Into very helpful things nonetheless. So we have this, and the idea is that practicing this, working out what am I good at, and then building on that so that each time you start your tone straight away, exactly when you want, with steady air, in tune with a good sound. You then build on, and now you say articulation. Da-da-da-da-dum, da-da-da-da-dum. You might work on some different pieces, or for me, standard excerpts. You might eventually get to scales, and before long, your circle of competence has grown to include all these super helpful things. And sure, you might still find it difficult to play concertos, or do literals, or play extreme low register, but that will come, and you won't actually be any worse at it, really, than you were even when you're trying to play it, because we don't have the fundamentals to improve that. It just basically doesn't have the capability. We've got the key, but there's no door there, right? Okay. So that is the circle of competence. A little concept there for you. I wanted to just talk a bit about technology, and I will take just a second just to ask if there's been any questions so far, or whether we're all
just praise of your presentation, Josh.
Oh,
You've obviously been so clear that no one has any questions at this point. They're
Okay.
coming. They're coming. Be warned.
Okay, I certainly will. I'll allow lots of time. And even if I haven't spoken about it, if there's something that I haven't talked about, you can feel free to ask me about that. I will do my best to either answer or make it quite clear that I don't have a clue, one or the other. So I thought I'd talk about this program, Audacity. Now, this is not only used just for recording yourself, but I use it a lot for recording myself and then putting it at half speed. If you ever feel like kicking your ego in the guts, that's one way to do it. There's also another one called Tonal Energy Tuner that does this. But I use Audacity because it's free, and I've just recently upgraded a laptop so that my sound quality apparently is passable, as you've seen in the demonstration so far. And what that means is I can play something and just hit it. And this program, if you use it or any other recording thing, don't just record the 10 seconds that you're practicing over and over again, which is what we should be doing, but instead try just recording for about 2 minutes time and then going back. That way we're not only performing, we're thinking, okay, I'm being recorded, I better do what I properly do now. We're actually letting it run, and it catches some of our things that we don't realize we're doing, and then you can go back and listen, and that can be one of your break things, because as I said, I practice probably most commonly in about 20 to 25 minute sessions, and then I'll take a break, and then I'll do another one. I'll take a break, come back later in the day, do another one. And I, just in case you're wondering, I probably warm up every time. My first warm-up session is its own 15 to 25 minute session, and then I take a break, let the lips kind of calm down so they don't swell. And if I come back later in the day, I'll warm up, maybe not for the full 20 minutes, maybe it'll be 10 minutes though. So just because you've warmed up once, don't assume that later in the day, particularly if you've had dinner or lunch since, that you'll still be just as fresh. And also part of the warm-up, as you'll see later, is in the mind, so it's worth doing that. But what you do by recording yourself for 2 or 3 minutes at a time, you'll be able to go back and listen and say, I was working on scales or articulation a minute and a half ago, and now I'm working on it. I think it sounds better, but does it? You'll listen back before, you'll listen back now, you'll know which one's better. But not just that, you can do what I do, which is really nerdy, and listen to the back at half speed and say, what has changed to make it get better? Now, this is a question that we don't often think about. We think, well, it just sounds better, right? Not always the case. Listening back at half speed makes it much clearer. If we could listen and process faster, then we would probably be better. And I have a feeling that the musicians that are much better than me aren't just that way because they can play better. They're better because they can hear better. Right? So this is kind of training us, and I've found for myself it's really good and has actually improved me, because I'll play something and maybe it's fast and it sounds kind of a little washy, and then I'll listen back and there'll be a note in there that's barely getting any sound, and I notice that because I listen back at half speed. If I didn't, it just gets lost in the usual idea of that's a bit sloppy. There's another one. I think a lot about pitch of notes. So when I articulate, I make sure that I, as much as possible, don't bend the note. I don't go wah, blah, blah. And if I'm doing an exercise, da 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 da, I listen back, and unfortunately common, I find da 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 da. And you notice that beginning. If you do it to yourself, if you record yourself, I hope you don't find that, but I'll be curious to see if you notice the same thing. The pitch of the note is not actually steady. It's got these little bumps or wavers in them, and you'll notice that when you go half speed. Now beware, this program drops it down the octave, so if you want to sound like a trombone and you can't play trombone, now's your chance, because it does make you sound like a trombone.
Sorry, Josh, just jump in there for a second. A couple of questions.
Yep.
From Jazzman, love your name, Jazzman. You mentioned feeling warmed up. What does being warmed up feel like for you?
I will get to that very soon, Helen. See how, yeah, I'm almost at the bonus material where I have a whole sheet on warm up.
Excellent. All right, Jazzman.
Such a good question.
Hang in there, mate. You'll get your answer. From Todd, do you change your warm up depending on how long you are going to perform that day?
How long I'm going to perform? No. And the reason is that my warm-up is quite concise anyway, and this is another thing, warm-up versus practice are two different things. I've got many, maybe they think differently now, but when I was studying I had many friends who thought of warm-ups as their 3-hour-long routine. Now it doesn't take a genius to work out that you're probably not warming up the whole time. And so I have fairly concise things and work out what do I need to do to warm up, what areas do I need to get going to make me feel and sound like I'm warmed up, and then I take a break, and later on I will come back, and then after that warm-up session I might do shorter sessions so that I'm not really fatiguing myself. And it's again thinking, if you tried to do 15 weights in a row, you'd get pretty tired pretty quick, and you come back an hour later, you'd be really feeling it. But if you did one weight, came back 20 minutes later, did another, you'd probably be much less fatigued. And it's the same idea I have with practice. So if I've got a long playing day, I'll do the same warm-up, which is quite efficient, and then just shorter sessions leading up to either the performance or the last sessions. So hopefully that answers. Cool. So I just move on to this. We're almost, I'll try and allow just over 10 minutes for questions, 10 to 15 minutes. So we'll see, we're almost there. So this tonal energy tuner does cost a bit. So I think it's less than $10. When I bought it, it was maybe $6 or $8. But it's really handy. If you've got something else that does the same for free, bonus. But this is what it looks like. The logo's on the left. It's got a page, and this is just a screenshot from mine. just found this myself. If you don't like it, change it. For example, if you want vibrato on your long notes on your drones, put vibrato on. If you don't want to play it A equals 440, you want to play it A equals 444, like they do in Europe, in orchestras there, then go for it. But you can just see, you know, what does Josh do if you're interested. We've got, you can see there, I've got it on wind and wide. These are just the settings. They make it, wide means basically I'm not looking at the specifics. And this is actually something worth mentioning. If you're looking at a tuner and it's really, really fine, you might see the dial go really kind of jumping. That doesn't tell me so much. But if it's actually got a wider scope of what in tune is and moving less, I can see actually, generally speaking, it's mostly on the sharp side, even though it's dipping a little bit to the flat, right? So slower movement gives us a more clear example. And that's where I come to the third image here. And that's what you can see is me playing at the bottom there. You can see the words or the notes F, E, D, C. That's just me going dee da da da. Although I don't have perfect pitch, so it might have been different notes. And we've got a left to right thing going here, where these lines are actually my pitch. So you can see most of it's green in tune, but I went down to the C. And for those that don't know, instruments have their own tendencies, and the tendency for trumpet is that the low C, particularly on C trumpet, which I think I was playing, is going to be a little sharp. It'll probably be the same if you're playing a B flat trumpet because the D needs trigger as well. And you can see that right here, hopefully. If anyone is unclear about where I'm looking, you'll see this little purple spot on the blue background. That indicates that it's outside of the 10% or 8% how much I've got. And it's just a little sharp. So you see, when I get to that note, I just need to lower it more, and that's going to build it. So I find this really helpful. You can see I keep about 15 to, it says 23, but it's actually more like 15 to 20 seconds worth of timeline, so I can go back. Anyway, that's a lot on there. You'll be able to check it out later. So I'll just quickly go over some final summary and then take a look at these bonus materials, and then we'll get to questions. So if you haven't already, fire them up, think about questions. If for no other reason, then I'll get you thinking what do you need to be working on in your practice. But anyway, final summary. So we can now see that we should be dividing our practice up into many different sections. That's because the interleave practice and the changeability really builds performance. Yep. We also need to be very focused because the myelin is going to be working whatever path we go. We can't say yes or no. Whatever we do, it's going to be recording and making that path, if we do it over and over again, really clear and easy and immediate. Yeah, much more consistent playing. So we should be practicing focused, ideally not longer than 10 seconds worth of whatever we're doing. So you'll notice a lot of my exercises are only one line long, and then I can repeat that. That helps to build the myelin. And we should not be taking away from our sleep to get extra practice in, even if you're university. Now, I would say this because I was a uni student. Actually, I was a high school student as well. And I lost sleep to get practice. Now, what I should have realized is, yes, I was definitely right to go in at 6:30 or 7 a.m. to practice at university. I was not right to then be rehearsing until 10 o'clock, 10:30 at night, and doing it the same again the next morning. That extra time is just going to make our physical recovery much slower, and we're going to feel bloated and sore. And mentally, we're just not going to be able to function. It also, sleep makes you happy, makes me happy. And I find a clear, happy mind is much more productive. We do need to include time in our practice to try practicing performing. So that's where we record ourselves and we listen, we write down afterwards, what's my thoughts? What am I telling myself to do while I'm performing? And then we can actually incorporate that into our practice. Yeah? We can see what the 10% is that we can't already do naturally, that we need to tell ourselves to do. And then don't regularly practice things that are way outside your capabilities. Think of the circle of competence and instead build your core fundamentals and then expand on that, and you'll get much more success. So down the bottom, we've got just some information sheets. We have warm-up. Now we have why do we warm up? And this, I think the next one maybe answers a bit of the how do we know we are warmed up. And for me, my big takeaway is that are my notes starting on time, straight away, with minimal effort, without air? They're not going ta, ta. That's a big one. Yep. So other people, maybe it's more like flexibility. Yeah. Am I able to slur from one note to the other? And does it work really well? If I'm not slurring really well, then it's not gonna be warmed up, and I need to do some more work on it. And that at the end of these, if I can look and say, okay, my tone's pretty centered and flowing, I can articulate clearly at all speeds that I'm capable of. So maybe I can't do the fast ones, but I couldn't anyway. Then I'm now warmed up. And I'll say the only thing is these are very much how do I sound. So if someone was listening to me, they could say, are you warmed up or not? And that's because we actually take too much stock of what we feel, forgetting that it's actually the end result. The listener can't hear what we feel. The amount of times I've played something and I've gone, gee, that felt terrible. And then I've listened back, or I've got feedback from someone else that said, it sounded great. I was like, well, that's nice. And other times it's been reverse. I felt awesome. My face was alive, felt really easy. And other people were like, yeah, it wasn't so centered. It happens. So these are the things. You should also be aware physically. For me, I want to make sure I'm not gripping too much with my lips. I want to focus on the air, and if I've got a shorter time, I can't work on so much getting the air to make the sound and then add the tongue synchronization. If I get that too soon and the tongue starts the note, then I start getting fatigue because the lips just clamp up, because the tongue gets there, pushes the air faster, and the lips have to go to catch it. Yeah, if the air's moving at consistent speed, my lips can respond to that, and they can let it come through and just flap to make the sound. So that's something to know when you're going higher, when you're going louder, when you're not warmed up. If there's more air and your lips can't just automatically respond, they'll seize up a little because there's more air, and then they might go, but you'll find you get fatigued. Or if they have to catch the air because there's too much, they blow out, so you go, oh, and you drop down to a lower note, or go really loud or something like that, then you have to squish them together. They're going to seize up, and that's not what you want. You'll be spent in about 15 minutes. So that's when the air goes through. They should just be responding, not needing to catch the more air. So you can look through this afterwards. There's a lot of things about warm-ups. What do they play? How long do they usually go for? Should you do the same thing? What do I recommend you do to warm up? This is just one look at it. There's much more. This is just a one-page information sheet. Let's think on it more. Ask other people. I've got some tips on practicing well. These are basically key principles. Some of them are what we've been doing here. Others are other sides. And I've listed some helpful things to do before practice, during practice, after practice, and some tips on using metronome, tuners, and drones, because we've all been told to use them, but how do we use them? So give these a try and have a look. You can say during practice, it says, listen to snippets of inspiring recordings to keep the sound you want front of mind. Who does that? I know sometimes I do, particularly if I'm having a bad day. It means to get a face rest. I'm breaking up my practice into various different parts, and I'm being inspired. I'm remembering, that's the sound I want. Yeah, and it helps build this concept. When I was younger, I couldn't imagine the sound before I heard it. But now, through listening to lots of playing and refining my mind, basically, I've got much better, but there's always improvement to do. So I'll keep working on that. So that's that. And then the last thing is a simple thing that I've used with so many students and also myself. This is aimed for trumpet and brass playing, but I believe it's appropriate for pretty much everything. So the three parts of the note, the beginning, the middle, and the end of the note. And there's some things to listen for. This is just some very simple stuff. This works from first day of playing to the last day of playing. And then the only other thing is moving from one note to the next. And basically, the premise of this is that if you've got the beginning worked out, middle worked out, end worked out, and moving to the next note, that's everything you need to do. You can now play exactly what you want. So think about that when you're playing. You might need to go, which part of the note do I need to work on, rather than just, it sounds bad. So that's a lot of information. Hopefully clear. You can come back, as I said, this website will be at least for the next month, we'll say, until November for sure, and then it might be up afterwards, we'll work out. But you can come and look and download these sheets or exit routines, give them a try. But now I thought maybe people have some questions or just things that people have thought of.
Absolutely, Josh. Let's open this up to questions. I'm going to take moderator's rights here. Right, I'm going to ask the first question because your insight and your understanding of how to practice, how to develop is it's been awesome to listen to. I'd like to know where you developed your concept of sound, because as every instrumentalist needs is a concept of sound. What inspires you? What do you strive for? What do you?
Yeah, so this is, I guess, quite a personal question, not in that I don't want to share it because it's personal, but in that everyone should have a different answer because we have different priorities in our life and our desires. For me, I'll list a couple of people. I, like many trumpeters my age, listen a lot to Phil Smith, who was the principal trumpet of the New York Philharmonic, not Tom Hooten, who's Los Angeles. I will correct that on my website later. And also another big one is a guy that a lot of people don't know his name, but those that do know why he's known. And his name's Tim Morrison, no relation to James Morrison. And if you've ever heard the classic American soundtracks, most of them are him. We've got the Apollo 13 soundtrack, that's him. We've got Born on the 4th of July, that was him. I think there's also Some of the Heroes by John Williams. He's the one that was playing the big solo. So this classic sound, and the things I listen for in them are immediacy of sound, straight away. It's engaging. It doesn't engage 3 seconds into the note. It's straight away engage. And I feel like if I was to sum up my philosophical view of the world, I think of the world in energy. Yeah, energy between me and you as a person, energy between sound, energy between temperatures, all these things are energy. And for me, a vibrant sound has a flowing energy. And if it doesn't move the air and kind of flow, again, air equals sound. If the air doesn't flow, the sound doesn't flow. So yeah, these people specifically for their glorious sounds and the energy that they play with, and getting that middle of the note sound immediately at the beginning, so there's no warm up.
And I guess I'm not wanting to take other people's time here, but I guess when the sound that comes out of your bell, are you listening to something that's Josh, or are you listening to something that you feel is universally acceptable as a trumpet sound?
I personally am listening for something that's universally accepting, and it's a very good question, and this is where it's personal. A friend of mine who's in Melbourne Symphony Orchestra, and I hope he doesn't mind me saying this, but I found it really inspiring. I was having a lesson with him, and Shane Hooten was saying, when you go for an audition, he said, you might play what you think is a great audition, and you don't get the job. He said, it might be because you need to work on stuff, or it might just be that you play with a unique sound that doesn't fit with their orchestra. And he said, if that's the case, then don't worry, don't give it two thoughts, because your sound will fit somewhere. And particularly for someone like him who has such a unique sound, I know so many wonderful players that make a really unique sound that is so special. And to be honest, if I could have more of that, I'm way out of left field, but doesn't it work great, I would go for that. But I worked out early on that my strength and my job at the moment is playing second trumpet basically, although I was doing 6 months worth of principal trumpet, which was very fun. But my strength is to be consistent, and as you can see hopefully in my talk, to kind of summarize what are the basics, how do I get really simple things done well every time while still remaining inspired rather than just being a robot. So for me personally, I go for what I try and make as a universally pleasing sound, but to be honest, that's what's in my mind. So I guess it's without me realizing my sound. But yeah, I was never worried about trying to copy someone because I knew I couldn't sound like them anyway, and usually it made me better.
That's awesome. Thank you, Josh. There's a lot of questions in the chat if you want to have a look through.
Yeah, great. A way to
I'll let you
start.
pick.
Okay, so I'll start with the most recent. Okay. Flute player, tips on adjusting practicing routine during lockdown with other members of the household trying to work from home. Yeah, I can understand this. Again, being a loud player. I would basically be as creative as you can and work out what the fundamentals are that you're trying to work on and approach them from different angles. One of the things I've done is listen to different pieces and find parts of pieces that work on what I want to be doing. So maybe it's a scale and you can find a piece that's got that scale in it and work in the kind of 3 seconds before, 3 seconds after. And hopefully if you're working in short breaks, I think my neighbors are okay with me practicing to maybe 15 minutes at a time. And if I don't play again for the next hour and then do another 15 minutes, it's not that annoying. But if I'm going for a full 2 hours in a row, that's probably going to get me in trouble. So I'd say the tip for that would be listen to music to inspire you, ask friends, but try and find music that matches what you're working on and practice that. That will give you heaps of variation. If you're lacking music, then go on YouTube or Spotify. There's so much stuff out there, too much stuff out there, but it's all good. And shorter sessions will mean you don't annoy people so much. What did you set up for recording, program and microphone? So do I have it here? I've got a Zoom H2, which I don't even know if they sell. I think it's been upgraded. It's just like this. Cost me about $200. I think they're now worth the upgraded maybe $300 or so. It's super simple. You just press record and it matches your, it basically just sounds good. You don't need to do anything to it. For instruments, particularly directional instruments, work out where to place the microphone. For example, if I'm playing my bells here, I usually don't want a microphone there because the recording isn't going to sound so good. I often put it off to the side facing towards me, but that way I get more of the resonance rather than direct sound with all my air in it. And the same for woodwind players. Maybe you want it right at the bell if you play something like bassoon, or maybe you want it kind of further away. The acoustics of the room matter. So if it's really boomy, you want it closer to you to get more direct sound. If it's really dead, you might want it further away to get less direct sound. And then I'm on a Surface Pro, and I think that's what it is, Microsoft, and I just use that for the video and then sync them up afterwards. Hopefully that works. Do I use practice mutes? Very good question. Thanks, Todd. I do. I use practice mutes, A for practice, but more importantly, B for note starts because of the way I use my air. And I will say I only use practice mutes at the end of the day because I find it such a different way that my air responds and my lips kind of respond that if I go back to it, my playing has changed and is slightly less free, weirdly, because I'm blowing so much air through and my lips kind of responding to that. If I then take it out, my response point of easy air, so I use quite easy air, I try to, I guess everyone does, easy air of kind of slower air, thicker, warmer, and when I'm using a practice mute, it's actually probably cooler, faster, and helps really get that sound flowing so that when I next day play without a mute, I've got a bit more of that vibrancy in my sound. Now, if you're someone that has a really vibrant sound anyway, that might not work for you, but I do that. I also learned a whole contemporary piece, 15-minute piece that's mostly in kind of music, if you know what that is. I learned that whole piece watching Netflix. I did practice it a couple of times in the practice room, but I had a practice mute on. So it's really good for those repetitive patterns that I spoke about, stuff like trills or these. If you imagine that, which sounds like nothing. If you did that 15 times over, this will become a repeated pattern. So that's how I learned this piece. Probably couldn't have done that with the Haydn trumpet concerto. We're almost out of time. I don't know how strict we are. How to reduce lip pressure from the mouthpiece. So that's a good one. My feeling is that the lip pressure shouldn't be so much making the note speak. Often people use lip pressure, I guess, pushing in the mouthpiece. What they do is they actually, if you, this is your lips, they're pushing your lips closer together. James Morrison's got talks about this. He's really amazing, actually, in so many ways. But he says how you're pushing the mouthpiece and you're actually using it, if your lips are here, to push your lips closer together. See how that kind of works? It's a bit extreme. I don't know if it's actually the way, but so more pressure is pushing these here, or it's making these lips tenser, which is one way to get high. And actually, if you build, I use free buzzing, that builds strength. And also, if you use air starts rather than tongue, then often you'll find that you don't need the pressure to seal. There is very technical, but you can roll in the sides of the lips. So you notice that these aren't actually squished together. They're rolled in so that when I go and play, it's all set in position. If I've got this, there's no need to push extra hard because the lips are sealing themselves, right? So I guess you can do mouthpiece without, people like to do the whole holding with thumb and pinky. I just hold it, feels natural. You can kind of buzz and just practice air only. You kind of do that, get an easy sound. Try not to use so much air and you won't need to use the mouthpiece to hold your lips together. Or try rolling in these corners, leave the middle free to flap. Yeah, that hopefully talks about that. I think we are officially out of time.
Josh, we are officially out of time, my friend.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. On behalf of everyone here, at one stage it got up over 100, just so you know. That was, it's hard to monitor. But thank you so much. On behalf, and I'm sure I'm speaking on behalf of everyone here, that was a wonderful presentation. Thank you so much.
Yep. Thank you all for watching. Yeah, been a pleasure.
And if everyone would like to, take your mutes off and just yell.
Thank you.
And there we go.
Thank you.
Thanks,
Thanks,
Josh.
Thank you,
Josh.
very much.
Your mum's creating our website.
Thank you.
Thanks,
Josh.
Josh. Thank you. Bye. Thank you, Josh. Bye.
Good to see you, Josh.
Thanks, Josh.
Okay.
So comprehensive. Thank you. Bye.
I can't already do that now, but so
thank you,
guys,
Josh. Thank you.
Everything Josh has presented, available through his website. We'll obviously be uploading that through our website as well. Have a look at the remaining week of workshops. There's so much awesome stuff to tap into. I'm not gonna speak about all these sponsors again, but here they all are. Thank you very much for everyone's support, and thank you so much, Josh. Peace to all. Thank you.
Stay safe and get some sleep.
Get some sleep. Bye.